You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for bats.
It's a clitoris, I get it.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Jeez, having some difficulties there with the drop. How's it going, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Happy Friday, TGI freaking F. How's everybody doing out there, huh? Doing okay? Hopefully we're doing okay. Should be doing okay, right? Yes. Everybody's chatting away. How's it going? I got the went for the bullet bourbon today, and of course my new the Batman drinking glass. That's right, that I got on the tour, the Warner Brothers studio tour. So cheers. I keep forgetting to take the price tag off. Yeah, forgot that's on there, but hey, whatever. Don't mind. How we doing out there? Got your Black Adam ticket? Sweet. Good. As you should. Pouring one out tonight. I think I know why. Let's see. Yeah, good to see you, Scott. I'll talk to you soon, Nate. Honestly, not surprised about the reviews for Halloween Ends. Studios need to let franchises end when people are done with them. Yeah. Or I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, when they talked about a whole new trilogy, it just doesn't make sense. Another thing I'll say about Halloween Ends is like, well, I mean, I kind of said it last night. It's like when she came back, when Laurie came back, and we had, the 2018 version was great. It was cool. But then it's like, where do you go from there? And I think what they keep on trying to do so desperately is being like, oh, there's so much history. I'm like, yeah, but you guys kind of said, oh, in this timeline, there's only been one movie. There's only been one other movie. There's only been one movie. So there's only been one movie. So it's like, how are you supposed to be like, oh, this is iconic. This is all crazy and all, whatever the hell. So it's like, they try to do that whole thing, and it's like, okay, it's only linked to one movie. They should do a multiverse, like, because obviously there's a sequel where we found out that Michael was her brother, and then of course it went on. There was Halloween in H2O and Resurrections or something like that she was part of. They should just do like some kind of multiverse thing, just lean into the paranormal, because they kept on trying. It's almost like they were trying to lean into the paranormal every now and again, and then it's just like, nope, he's just a dude that doesn't die. Who knows how he gets around, how he eats, how does he survive? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Hello there. Sorry, just going off on a little Halloween rant. That's all. So let's see. Hey. Okay. Let's see. Ahoy. Okay. Good to see you, Jason McKenzie. All right. As from someone that loves the original Naked Gun trilogy, I'm very much excited and down with the Naked Gun reboot, especially if Liam Neeson is attached to it and Akiva Schaffer is directing it. Yeah, should be interesting. We got to get some of those good spoof movies back, man. I tell you. What's going on, Kat? Good to see you. Cheers. Let's go. We got Tet. Hey Dave, happy freaking Friday, right? Good to see you, Stephanie. All right. Right. He's in the building. That'd be sweet if he showed up. That'd be sweet, right? If only. Halakazoo, how you doing? Hey, what's going on, Chrissy? How you doing? You said what now? Oh, I miss. Oh, Seth MacFarlane's gonna be producing it, so that's good. What's going on, Dane? Yeah. Are there going to be of course, I mean, it's not really, it's not really spoilery. we've been talking about the Man in Blue showing up in Black Adam for so long, and now that it's just like 100% okay, What's going on, Rodrigo? We got Ryan here too. Okay, always good to see everybody. Let's see. We got Carrie here. Carrie is here. There you go. How's it going? We got Nikki, Miss Captain Gator Girl here too. We got William Powell. You're buying the Wahlberg's house, and yeah, good luck. Sure, that thing's going for millions. And we got Steph here. What's going on, Miss Nighthawk? Good to see you. And did you get me one of those glasses? Maybe. No, I didn't think about that. I should have, huh? Yeah, it's a good glass. I'll go back. Give me an excuse to go back. Go back. I almost said I have a Black Adam on the brain. Hey, Dave, my fruity ass turns drinking age tomorrow. So, like, I'm free to come on the vodka. There you go. Can drink that vodka. There you go. You can get all that. Get drunk on some vodka. It was a better ending. It was a great ending because it was just like it was crazy and it was cool and everything. But yeah, the other two it just didn't work. It just didn't work. And then they try to do something to do with Halloween Ends and it was like, oh, I see where you're going, but it's like I thought they were going to go paranormal. They were going to go paranormal. Sorry, I'm not trying to be spoilery or anything with Halloween Ends. You know, it's not really spoilery. I'm not going to say exactly what they try to do or anything like that. Or it was just like, just lean into it. Just make the guy. They did that with Jason Voorhees, right? Then they make him like pretty much a supernatural being. You know, you might as well just done that with Michael Myers, especially after the last one. He got shot how many times and fucked up, and yet he still survived. And then how is he surviving all these years without getting treatment? I mean, nothing makes sense anymore. You know, when he's just a man. Is he? Is he? Because a man would have died if he sustained all those injuries without treatment. My God. Anyway, sorry. It's just frustrating because it's like I liked Halloween Ends, but it didn't explain much. Yeah, as they do. That's the way they do, you know? So, yes, that's right. That's what I think that's what Scott was talking about. Yeah, Mr. Robbie Coltrane, he died today. So, cheers to him. Been in so many things. I mean, obviously, he was very well known in Harry Potter and stuff like that. I think the first time I always forget he played what's his name in Goldeneye. Had his IMDb up. He was in Goldeneye, and I remember, you know, because I watched Goldeneye like crazy, and then of course played the game like crazy. And there's actually a level where you meet up with his character. Who is he playing Goldeneye? That's right. Yeah. Oh yeah, you just said it right there. Valentine from Bond. There you go. Valentine I can't say it. Zagovsky. There you go. But I remember his character in that movie and then playing in the game too. So cheers to him. He passed away today. May he rest in peace. Ooh, But yeah, happy birthday, Tet, by the way. Happy birthday, Eve, I should say. Hopefully you have a good one. Let's see. Hey, Dave, watching Bangladesh. Much love. Okay. Watching from Bangladesh. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining in. Sameen, good to see you. Good to see you. Has Michael Myers gone 40 years without groceries? Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like they explained that in the first one that he's been locked up. So it makes sense that he was alive. Okay. But it's been 40, it was like 40 years, and they just try to again, it's like they were trying so much to be like, there's so much history with these two. No, there has not. According to this timeline, there's only been that one Halloween night in the 70s. Okay. 70, what? 6? Was it 76, 77, 78? There's only been that one night. There's not a history between Laurie and Michael. She was just like paranoid for the next 40 years. So she learned how to shoot. She, she still had relationships. She had a daughter. So, you know, but it was just like, they try to make it seem like there was like this ongoing history between her and Michael Myers. And there was technically just the one night when she was a teenager. So it's like, that's where it kind of falls flat with me. where I'm like, I think they should have just went with the whole brother thing that they introduced in the second one. But we all know that John Carpenter like didn't want to do the second one. It was just the first one was such a big hit that they were like, you have to do another one. And then they threw a bunch of money at him, and he does not care. He will say like, yeah, did it all for the fucking nookie. I did it all for the, well, you know, he did it all for, well, I'm sure there was a nookie involved, but he did it for the money. And then the continuation. And then I really wish that they would have leaned into the whole anthology series. I like Season of the Witch. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I mean, even though that fucking, you know, Halloween, da, 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 you know, that thing is annoying, but it was different and it was creepy. You know, masks that melt your face. Come on. It's good stuff. All right. Sorry. I'm just going on a Halloween rant right here. He eats the food of people he kills. I guess so. But I mean, even like when it comes to this one, he's just where he pops up, you're going, so how's he been living there? Like what? I mean, he's just been 4 years and just not living. But again, I give him props for going for it. Like the opening scene is just like, it's a thing where you go, where's this going? And then when it shows you where it's going, you go, oh, that was pretty cool. But then it just kind of, it really goes like 80s, which I dug too. But at the same time, I was like, I don't know. It's almost there, but then it's just kind of, oh man, Mike Myers should have been dead. So just lean into the paranormal aspect of it. It just that's all I'm saying. What's going on, Jay? Good to see you. Ooh, I don't know about that. I thought Halloween Kills was worse, to be honest, because it just, I don't know, it just felt so half-assed and it was annoying. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Kills. I think Kills was actually worse because I thought with Ends again, they tried to like take it like a different direction. So I give them brownie points for that. But man, but again, it's just funny when it's like this is supposed to be in like this crazy little town in Illinois, and you got and it's just some of the characters that they put there, and it's just like, really? Okay. Interesting, but hey, what can you do? What can you do? That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. Kind of confusing how the teenagers look like they were from the, yeah, exactly. I pointed that out too. I mean, there was literally, you know, because I always have to have that group that are douchebags, but they were like, they gave them like all they were the typical 80s like tropey characters. Literally, one of the guys had not a mohawk. He had a mullet. He had a freaking mullet. Then you had the one that was supposed to look like the jock, but they were part of like the band. I don't know. It was weird. And then of course 2 girls, and they both looked like they were straight out of they were really trying to capture the 80s. They had like a DJ character who had like a fro and stuff. And it's just like, what do you guys are really trying to capture that nostalgia in 2022. A for effort, but just didn't really work that well. So whew. Dave, haven't watched Ends yet, but I hear it feels like a Halloween anthology movie, and Michael is an afterthought. I would say that it kind of is, but you know, but there's still very much a Michael Myers involved. So yeah, baby, yeah. But I don't know. It's just it needs to just be done now. The mullet is back. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't really seen it, but this was like full on, like whoa. Don't you hear that HBO Max in talks for a Catwoman series, which takes place during the Penguin show? Yeah, I mean they've been talking about that for a little bit. So, holy crap! I didn't realize how many Halloween movies there have been. I thought there was no. There's been a ton. There have been a ton, and there's been 2 of them with Jamie Lee Curtis in it. But they wanted to not continue that. They wanted to continue it after the first movie. So it was the most interesting film. Yeah, exactly. Everybody gives shit to Rob Zombie, but I thought his version was better. I think it was because of the sequel. People were not too happy with the sequel for his Halloween, which yeah, I could see that. It's not terrible. Oops. It's not terrible, but yeah, they kind of like were like, all right. Again, it's just like how many times can you watch like teenagers get freaking, chopped up, stabbed, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you got a new Scream coming out next year. This time they're doing something different. They're taking it to New York City, which I thought cool. But it's just like, all right, so now we got to figure out how many. There's always like at least 2 people that are playing Ghostface and whatnot. All right, let me go ahead and start sending some freaking invites. Did you guys hear that Mel Gibson is going to maybe testify at Harvey Weinstein's trial? Oh, man, that's pretty interesting. Just read something about that he may, but who knows? That whole thing's crazy. So it's like, what is Mel Gibson going to say? Mel Gibson, he's even said before too. I mean, I know Mel Gibson, he said some other things that aren't too, aren't too great, but he's talked about how, how Hollywood can be. So that'll be interesting. They're probably going to shut him up as quickly as possible. Did you hear about Henry Cavill? He bought a new GPU. So is he going to do another video? And do another video in that blue tank top, putting it together? Yeah, Ghostface Takes Manhattan. There's going to have to be at least 3 people that are that character, right? Director of this Halloween trilogy is starting a new Oh, Jesus Christ. Come up with something new. Or it's not based on The Exorcist, or is it just an exorcism is just part of it? Is that what it is? That's what I'm hoping. It's like, don't tell me it's like coming off like it's going to be a sequel series to The Exorcist. Please don't tell me it's that. Please tell me it's just something new that has to do with exorcism. That would be okay, but I don't know. I didn't read that. Yeah, he said some anti-Semitic stuff. He did. All right. Oh boy. But hey, if he could blow the lid on some of that stuff, we need some Freddy. Yeah. Remember when they tried to do Freddy? They got good old what's his name to do the reboot, which I thought was not bad, but it's hard to feel the spiky glove. Robert Englund is just the dude. He's the dude. So all right, let's get it going here. Let's see. We got our first person right here. Mr. Scott, how's it going, sir?
It's going. How's everything going? I had to do a whole bunch of audio resetting. Am I coming through okay?
No, you sound great.
Oh, good. I had to it made me put in my name again. I had to make sure I got the right mic. It was an ordeal. It was an ordeal.
That's weird. Well,
yes.
Well, thank you for joining, sir.
Yes, I have. Cheers to Robbie Coltrane. I mean, Valentin Dmitrovich Zukovsky.
I know I have a little problem with that last name.
Yeah. Walther PPK, 7.65 millimeter. I only know 3 men who use such a gun. I believe I've killed 2 of them.
Oh, man. Good character.
I love Goldeneye. Yeah. Oh, what a great one.
Mm-hmm. Bit of it since I've watched it, but I always found it funny too, like how the time jump in Goldeneye, and when you watch the opening scene and then it time jumps 8 years, 7-8 years or something like that after 006. Well, after he dies. After he dies, it's just, I always found that funny. But then I'm like, yeah. And then I think after, growing up and watching more James Bond, I'm like, oh yeah, they don't care about timelines in this. It's like, who cares?
That was made very clear when suddenly you've got Judi Dench's M, and then she's M again for Daniel Craig, and you're like, what?
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, and I always thought when is that going to happen with superhero movies? When is there just going to be screw the continuity, and some superhero movies are just going to be stories that don't have connection? I mean, I think it's not going to be anytime soon because everybody still wants everything so connected and everything. So but I always wondered about that. I'm like, yeah, what if there was just Batman movies and it was just different Batman adventures and not much continuity? By the way, nice earbuds.
Thank you very much. Yes. They sound great. I'm
sure.
Actually, just had to turn off the noise canceling because the noise cancellation was so good I couldn't hear myself.
Damn, that's pretty good. You're so noisy. Yeah, but you recently bought those. I think there was probably a reason why.
Prime deals.
Yeah, well, Prime deals first off. But I know
Yes.
we were kind of giving you the business when you were unboxing.
Yeah, but there's also that. I mean, just because people were giving me shit wasn't mean I was going to suddenly go out and buy,
But it
200
helped. It helped a little bit.
It helped a little bit, but what really got me was the fact that I'm going to be traveling so much with my new job. That was like,
True.
I need these, and I'm serious about this noise cancellation. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah,
So,
I have a pair of earbuds too that fit perfectly in my ears, and it's I mean they're not I mean it's probably obviously you got the Apple ones. These were like not as fancy, I guess you could say, but still I was amazed by like how good it is and how much it just cancels out like so much stuff, man.
well, I had my first day in my cubicle today, and they had some noise canceling headphones, like over the ears ones. It's crazy. Like when I take them off, suddenly I'd hear the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's startling. How's the new job going, by the way?
I'm sitting at a computer for 8 hours a day watching training videos. So I'll let you know when I actually start the actual job.
Yep, that's how it is at first. Those days. Luckily, when I started my job, it was just kind of like, oh yeah, you already know the things, you know everything, you're good. And I was just like, here you go. So, and look at that. Oh shit, I forgot to send you the thumbnail to that. I remember you asked about that.
Yes. So reminder to everyone, shop down below, links to merchandise, including t-shirts like Batman the Fanimated Stream.
That's
And
right.
a reminder right now that tomorrow night, 9:00 Central, special Bat time, special Bat episode as we talk about Batman Mask of the Phantasm.
That's true. And here we go. This is I didn't export it yet because I was doing other things, but there's the thumbnail right there. So at least something. I don't know. I'm not fully happy with it with this right here. So we'll see. But that's basically what it's gonna look like, the background at least. So yeah. We're gonna be talking about that. It's gonna be fun. I know. I'm gonna get up, do some things, and then just sit down and watch that thing again.
I could probably do it without actually watching it again, but I'm gonna watch it again.
For sure. No, I definitely need a refresher when it comes to that. So, but yeah, that'll be fun. So yeah, don't forget, guys. What time are we doing it? We're doing it at the normal time.
Normal time of 9
yes,
Central,
right.
7 Pacific, except for it's going to be on a Saturday instead of a Sunday. So
yes, because
all
we need
y'all
time.
we need time.
Yeah.
We need time to talk about this movie. So
exactly. Cannot wait. But no, it's good that it's going to be interesting to see when when your job like kicks in the gear and everything. So yeah. Have you seen a movie yet though, Scott? Have you been to the movie?
I still have not been to the movie since Super Pets. That's how long it's been. Now legitimately, I was going to go last Saturday, but two things got in my way. The Alabama Texas A&M game was way too fucking much of a nail biter. I mean, literally, it went down to the final seconds, and I was not down with that. I was like, no. So I was like, I was sitting there going, fuck, I gotta watch this game till the end. I can't leave right now. And also, Callum a couple of weeks ago got RSV, and unfortunately,
got a little bit of it.
Oh no, I got it full blown. But I'm not sure how. I mean, guys, you know what it's like when you get a respiratory infection? That son of a bitch stays with you for weeks afterwards. And so last Saturday, I just felt like I was watching the game. It wasn't going well. We won, barely. And I just felt like shit. And so instead, I found out Beast was on Peacock. And so it's like, okay, I'm going to watch Beast instead. So I stayed up. I enjoyed it. You know, it was fun. Like there was parts of it that were really good. And there are other parts of it that was just, you know, I think overall I gave it 3.5 out of 5 stars. Like,
you know what? I mean,
enjoyable.
It's straight to the point of like, hey, you got a dude and his 2 daughters. They're out and there's a big, huge pissed off lion. That's pretty much it. But what I said when I, did my reaction stuff, I was like, I appreciated the fact that it was like, there's some long, like one takes.
Oh no, they let the camera move.
Oh yeah.
And that lion, the CGI on that lion was legit.
Good. It was really good. I mean, yeah, it's a quality film, but it's but it's not it's not really reinventing the wheel, but at the same time, and then of course they try to shoe in the drama of stuff, and you kind of go, okay, maybe some things that they were trying to do, some parallels, with dreams and stuff that it was interesting.
That
didn't really go anywhere.
Didn't work for me.
It was like, all right, you went a step too far with the whole, there's like dreams and dreaming, of his, because he's a widower,
Yeah, but I'm gonna also say one thing. I love Idris.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you got
Idris, but was he trying to do an American accent? Because that was a choice.
It was a little iffy, huh?
It was iffy. I'm sorry. I'm too used to like. I watched him in Luther, and I'm like, just go full on, like just do it. Speaking of which, and I got to remember her name, but that the announcement that what was her name? That man, I think in Daria. She was in Game of Thrones. And I know because she played Idris Elba's ex-wife in Luther, and she just got cast in Dune: The Sisterhood for HBO Max. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm old man Ben over there and me and Meg are like, we're just like waiting for this show because like we are starving. We're starving for some Dune content. Right,
it's supposed to start filming when? I thought I just read something. I think it's supposed to start filming next month, maybe?
I think, yes. And they moved the release of Dune Part 2 ahead 2 weeks. So we're going to get, the movie's coming out 2 weeks sooner in next year. So it's like, yes, give me all the Dune. Give me
Dune. I know the fact that they're doing like that's the thing. It's the same thing with like, that's the one thing that, if these studios really need to, obviously Marvel Studios is doing a good job at this, of course, but because they're just pumping out things like left and right. But it's just the fact of the matter of like these spin-off series. We got Dune and it's like, okay, more, but it's like, okay, but it's not going to be for a while because, if you want the quality, obviously that Denai is going to give us. Yes, of course. It's going to take.
And by the way, and when you know what happens in the last half of the book, it's like, oh no, take your time because shit gets real in the second half of that book.
Yeah, that, and then of course just expanding the universe, and the same thing's happening, of course, with the Batman. It's like, we want some more Batman, and then it's like, all right, Penguin series. Oh, come on, it's not going to start filming till next year, like February, I think.
February, but I love it that Colin is out there, like he's giving us the crumbs. Thank you, Colin.
God, the fact that it's like a week after the events in the Batman, like literally, he says, literally, I'm in Falcone's office and there's water everywhere. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, yeah, please.
Which by the way, go and support this movie that he's doing with Brendan Gleeson like next week because it starts coming out next week. And I'm like, I guess it's just one of those things that's like when these actors do like these little independent movies, please go and support these little independent movies and go do that. Yeah. Especially when everyone wants to talk to them about like the big franchise stuff during the interviews. I get a little annoyed with that. I know why they do it. Yeah. But it's like, can we talk about the movie that they're promoting? Just please.
It's part of the gig though. It really is part of the gig when it comes to that. And I see the same thing too. It's like, man, it must just like, especially remember when Ben Affleck was, his movie, was it Live by Night?
Live by Night, which, oh my God,
it's a good fucking movie.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie, very well made. And during the press tour, it was just Batman.
And he was so fucking done.
He got fed up with it. So,
which, by the way, Live by Night. Hot take, better than the book.
Ooh, whoa, hello, jeez. Okay, that's not a common thing. That's not a common thing. The fact
and
that
not with a Dennis Lehane novel either. But I thought Affleck did a really good job of tightening up the book, and I think made it a better one-off story, in my opinion. So
wow, so that's
yeah.
pretty cool. I like it. We got somebody else that's backstage. I don't have a drop from. I'm trying to think. What could be a drop from? Let's see. I'm trying to think. What would be? I don't know.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Mr. Chris Wong.
I was like, I don't know what kind of drop that would be. Now.
I don't know. I just saw that. I saw that, and I was like, "Hey, look at us,
my baby boy." That's so
I know if I had something like that, I don't know. But thanks for joining, Chris.
What's up,
What's
guys?
happening?
Sup, Scott? Sup, Dave?
Oh, it's so great to see you, Chris. Especially
while.
what's happening next week.
I know, man.
Yeah.
I know, right? Yeah, you're all Superman now.
Okay, this is for you, Chris. Okay, I'll bring them both out for you. You know.
Oh, you're gonna make them jelly.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. You know, I don't have that. I only have the.
Oh well, hey, you don't get.
He's just.
Oh yeah, you don't get the chase. The chase stays with me. But, you know. But hey, Chris. But seriously, do you need one of these?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send one your way.
Really? Wow. Man,
No, Chris, you gotta understand.
Awesome.
You understand. I wanted to get the chase, so I bought 6.
Oh.
Dave,
so great.
Dave's getting one for his birthday, and Chris, come on, the Superman fan you are, you get one.
You gotta get one. You get one.
So yeah,
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So okay, yeah, because the mold is actually it's the same one I think as the Hot Topic, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like it's the same pose because it's the Superman kind of flying like this. And we got that. No, actually, no, I take that back. It was the regular. It was the standard Zack Snyder's Justice League black suit. This is just repainted to be the blue and red suit. So, yeah, I'll I got your address. I'll send you one of these.
Oh man, thank you so much, Scott. That's awesome.
There you go. I like
Superman
it.
Next week.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, we're gonna get into it. We're definitely.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going ahead and putting this out there right now because I know that I think Dane was talking about it. I have not seen the leak. I have not seen the clip. I went dark. I went dark for like 24 hours. I was like, I don't want to know
wrong.
I'm going to see the movie Thursday night. I can wait.
No. Wait for it because it's all crappy and stuff like that. I was one of those where I'm like, and somebody hit me up, hey, you want to see it? And I was like, all right, send it to me. So I did watch it, but I'm like, I can't wait to see. Well, I want to see the whole movie. I'm hyped for the whole movie, you know?
Yes. But, and that's why I put my tweet out there. I put that tweet out there because I was like, nobody sent it to me. I don't want it. Yeah. Don't get near me with it. I'm going to watch the movie. I can wait.
The one I got, I couldn't hear anyway. I mean, like I couldn't hear what he's saying.
It's a very bootleg. It's got like, but the fact of the matter is, though, the clip has people cheering. That's what I like.
But the energy,
the energy
is like.
At least there's that. We got somebody else that's going to be joining. I think I got a good drop for her.
I will fuck you up.
Oh yeah, that's Saggy. All right, yeah. I was listening to Saggy's like after show while I was watching the Alabama-Texas A&M game. So I'm like, I'm listening to the Saggy drama and I'm watching the drama on screen. I just couldn't take it anymore. There was too much drama on my Saturday last week.
It happens. It happens. How's it going, Saggy?
Good. How you doing, boss? Nice to
oh yeah. Apparently, I'm her boss. We're working together. There's some weird shit with that. Hey, employee of the month, I guess you could say.
So Saggy, are you getting the super chats? Because I ain't seeing shit. I'm just wondering, you know.
I'm not allowed to disclose.
Oh, the NDAs, you know.
Yeah, I'm under an NDA with Dave. I can't really say
exactly.
anything.
We can't talk about anything about this operation that we're doing, behind the scenes and trying to, expose and get people attacked. I don't something, whatever it is. Yeah, that was interesting. It's been pretty interesting when it comes to this stuff. I mean, but hey, stuff had to be said. Drama is out there. It's just the way it is. It's the way it is with the stuff. But hey, we can all still have fun with it and still joke around and just laugh. That's it. So cheers.
Saggy, Chris, Saggy.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have been on the stream before. Yeah. He's just like me, we work for Jeff Johns and Walter Hamada and stuff like that,
Well, I was gonna say I was in the back and I noticed that he had a Red Ranger helmet.
Ooh, got a Power
I
Ranger.
was like, yeah, I saw that and I was like, okay, I think we'll get along good.
Oh, by the way, Chris,
cool.
I know you're going to be totally jealous when it arrives, but the Kickstarter that I did for the Power Rangers, the entire like Ryan Higgins run is like supposed to be shipping by the end of the month.
Wow.
I mean, I can't remember. It's been like 2 years I've been waiting on this thing to arrive. Saggy, just so you know, I did Boom Studios did a big Kickstarter of like collectible hardcovers for like that whole like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comic book all the way through Shattered Grid that they had. Ooh, I can't wait.
I still haven't read all the books that you gave me.
It's a lot. I sent you a lot. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He sent you homework.
Yeah. It's like tomes.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Let's
So
see.
a lot of people don't get to see my toys. I have like a ton. My pop collection is like obsessive, but I do have, believe it or not, like I have things like this that
there you go.
people don't see that I have. But also, speaking of Power Rangers, I really was obsessed with this when I got it, so I actually have this.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I still left in the box. I don't have the hearts to open it, but I saw this and I was just like, that's the Ranger Slayer, the Pink Ranger Slayer. I was like, I have to have it.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, and that's all in that comic run. Because when
Lord
I'm getting,
Dracon? No.
I know, right? Because what I'm getting is that I'm getting them all in slip cover hardcovers. Each edition is the color of a Ranger, and it's going to be hand autographed by the original actor who played that Ranger.
Nice.
Wow. Nice.
Wait, which one?
Like it's going to be Tommy, and it's going to be Kimberly, like Billy,
all the guys, all the people,
all them. They signed the book that's their color, and then there's a standee that's going to look like the original Dino Megazord that you can put the books in to like display them. So
you better get yourself to Power Morphicon or Ranger Stop.
You know what? You know who really needs to go? Or my kids. Declan. He's my 6-year-old. He has been like Netflix. Like when the second season of Dino Fury came out, I was like, Declan, I think you should know season 2's on Netflix now. He's like, really? He couldn't watch it fast enough.
Yeah.
That is so cool that your youngest is named Declan, because
my
youngest is named Declan too. And he's almost
well, he's not my youngest anymore though, because I got a younger one. He's the middle one now.
Yeah,
he is the middle one now.
Yeah. Well, Scott, Jason was actually just here.
I just love it looking at my kids going, hey, Daddy, here's Voltron and Pokemon and Power Rangers. And I'm like, what freaking year is it again?
Right.
Well, Jason was just here. I think a month or two ago doing like a tour around Boston. And he ended up at a GameStop where I used to work. And he was there doing autographs. I actually know his personal assistant that travels with him. She's like, I love her to death.
Damn.
But I used to be into the Power Ranger community. I knew some. So I got some hookups. I got you, Scott.
Got some hookups. See, when it came to me and Power Rangers, I fell off after the original. I just was like, try to get
Yeah, I fell off. I fell off near the tail end of Power Rangers Zeo. Like I didn't quite make it into Power Rangers in Space.
Power Rangers in Space was pretty good. I would say that was a very good season. It had a lot of Star Wars feel to it, and Then after
Sergeant
that,
Cooper was a little bit.
yeah, yeah, it wasn't bad. But then as like time went on, you could skip Wild Force. I hated that one. But then there was some good seasons that followed, and even like the newer ones after that weren't too bad. But then I think now it's kind of just, I don't know what happened to it, but it's just way too. I don't know. The acting's just gotten worse.
I just want another movie, and I dug the Power Rangers movie that came out. I was like, all right, you guys.
Oh, the first one, I really dug the first one.
Are you talking about in the 90s?
In the 90s,
Yeah.
like would you end up with like with the CGI Ninja Zords at the end, and Ivan Ooze, where's my autograph book? You know, I always.
No, that was a good movie. It was
I like that
I love
one.
how like what they did with the costumes too. They like added more to it.
Like they were armored.
Yeah, they had like armor and shit like that. And I
Well,
thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
The Hans Saban wanted to do a movie, but didn't want to use like the suits that they were given from Japan. They wanted to like make them look like actual, make their own, which I thought was actually pretty cool. And then they did Power Rangers Turbo, which actually Power Rangers Turbo was pretty good too. That movie was actually pretty good.
I didn't really
the only thing about the one thing about Turbo is at least it was continuity. Like if you were watching the show, like I remember when the first season of Turbo aired, the recap was the movie.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
The thing with Power Rangers, the thing with Power Rangers that I think I had heard during my time in the community that like they wanted to keep the seasons because like every season in Japan was a whole new story, whole new Power Rangers, like whole new characters. So what Hans Saban wanted to do is he wanted to keep each season, but keep the same characters, so it's all in the same universe. But then I don't know what changed with that. I think the stories in Japan got a little too out there, where they could have to explain why all these characters are still, doing the things like going into space.
It was like Saban, and then Saban with Disney, and then there was a change of hand, and now it's Hasbro. And now the current season, which is they're making right now in New Zealand, is called Cosmic Fury. And this is when because Saban was kind of still influencing. He was trying to put in fart jokes. He was trying to put in those two things. So now it's like he's totally gone. The influence is no longer there. His exec's no longer there. So Cosmic Fury is one of the shortest seasons. It's only 10 episodes.
Really?
20 minutes each.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing on the internet.
Is that why Jason kind of gave a middle finger to the franchise? Because I heard that he did. He was kind of like, I'm done with it.
He's been kind of done because he's got his White Dragon thing going on. And I think he recently said that he's just tired of covering up all his tattoos and getting back into that. So he just wanted to do his own thing. He's like all in on the White Dragon, his White Dragon movie. Which is kind of like a Power Rangers. They have Power Ranger actors in there, but it's not Power Rangers. Like, and they're still in the green and red. Like,
really? So it's like, it's like what Zack Snyder's doing with Rebel Moon, and just like, hey, it's Star Wars, but it's my Star Wars.
Kind of, yeah. And it's a mature. It's brutal. It's bloody. They're swearing in it, so it's kind of
that's great.
And it's funny. Because Jason was so against that R-rated Power Ranger like short film, like he was so against that, dude.
I loved that thing.
I love that weird. I love anything that says Power Rangers in it, so it's biased.
I liked it. Jason was so against that, and now he's doing something not like similar. And I'm sitting there like, Jason, you were so publicly against that project, dude. You were like, it hurts the brand and stuff, and now he's just like, well, now that I'm doing it, it's okay.
I'm sorry. You had Katie Sackhoff as the Pink Ranger. I'm in. Do it. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about
Dude,
that.
they had Dawson's Creek as the friggin' Red Ranger, wasn't he?
Yes. I forgot about
He was
that.
Rocky. He was Rocky. He wasn't even Austin. He wasn't Austin St. John's character. He wasn't Jason. He was Rocky. And he was like, I was like, bro, they dragged you into this? Like, I love this.
That's awesome. We got somebody else that's going to be joining, Mr. Tony. What's up, Tony?
Long time, fellas.
It's a Tony. now too. I don't even know you, but I'm excited that you're here.
Nice to meet you.
You know what?
What's going on?
Tony's gonna put
No,
us to
life is
shame
good.
because the frame is gonna be. Look at how perfect it
Yeah.
looks.
It's basically
know.
like
KC
KC
or
level at this point.
Yeah, it's
I was
KC
gonna
level
say
framing.
Casey.
Yeah,
Y'all and your
but I
fancy cameras.
fancy.
I got the
cameras.
visual. Scott has the audio. You guys just have the whole package. Come on, stop
But
it.
see, but then you got the accent too, so that adds to it.
The Aussie accent? No, that's
Yeah,
nothing.
yes. Dude, it's my favorite accent.
Listen,
Get out of here.
I have a green screen, and the only thing I can do about that is I can put anything behind it, which I used to do. I used to do that at Enosh's. I would take like still pictures of them because I'd get bored sometimes. We have long streams, so I'll take like pictures of people on the panel, and then I'll put it on my back screen and wait to see how long they notice that their face is now my back screen. It's great.
I love it. What is your background right now? What graphic is that?
So that's Haunter from Pokemon, and then that's all my shilling up here, so I don't have to do it verbally.
Oh, yeah. Nice. And you got the symbiote sweater?
Oh, yeah, she's got Venom on her,
Yeah.
on her
Yeah.
hoodie.
I got
Oh,
it
yeah.
actually, I think is this one. Okay, so these hoodies actually during the pandemic when they started building masks into the hoodies. So this one has like a Venom mask too, but I think this is my boyfriend's hoodie because he took it off because it was just like, now that we don't need it, he's like he just took it off. But yeah, it has a little mask that goes over it. It's a Venom face.
That's very
that's
cool.
awesome.
I like that. But anyways, thank you for joining, Tony. But yeah, we were just about to get like right into the madness. Black Adam, we got a week away. How excited are we? You know,
Man, pumped. I'm seeing it opening night this coming Thursday, I think. Tickets locked in, ready to go. Yeah, man, excited. I don't know what this is, like this DC excitement for a movie in the cinema. It's been a while, hasn't it?
it really has. It really, I mean, like obviously with the
March.
Batman,
Batman,
Batman was like there's some excitement
Well,
there. But
Sorry,
it's slightly,
DCEU, but yes, you're right.
yes, it's slightly different because that was very much its own thing. So it was like, all right, nothing. I mean, I'm wearing the freaking shirt right here, but but it's just it was very much its own thing. This is now just like, all right, we have multiple characters. We have the JSA, which is great, and then of course, everybody's been like, is he not? Is he coming back? And now it seems like it's got to the point where it's. The marketing, a lot of the marketing is just going, hey,
He's back.
Yeah. It's like not even secret anymore. Like unless you just disconnected like a month and a half ago, you were just gonna get spoiled about this. I mean, obviously you could dodge any kind of leaks, but when it comes to the fact that our boy is back, I mean, it's just like it's exciting. It's exciting, even though it's small and everything like that. But the fact of the matter is, it's like, hey. I just want to see the guy back. He's the Superman that I love. He's my favorite Superman. He looks great. And fuck yeah, just excited.
Well, I think the point for me is we've kind of gone back and forth. It was really funny. I remember when we got that one stream where Steven was just annoyed just by The Rock's marketing. Like, not even about the movie. It was the whole idea of that we're just tired. We're just tired of talking about the movie. We're just ready to actually see the movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's been the one thing that's hurt this movie has been we were supposed to see it months ago and it just got dragged out. But now it's like this reveal has given it like going into its final week before it comes out, at least for the nerds, it's giving it kind of a shot in the arm, which I hope pays off for it. Because like I said, I'm not going into this movie expecting to not like it. You know me, I go into every movie wanting to like it. And sometimes even surprising myself like, wow, I like that more than I thought I was going to.
Oh, yeah. Great. It's always great.
And so I'm kind of I'm not even going into this movie expecting not to like it. It's just, please let me really like it.
Stick the landing. Please stick the landing.
Yeah, stick the landing. Stick the landing. We were just talking about Robbie Coltrane earlier. I get Pierce Brosnan. I've loved Pierce Brosnan since, the 90s. It's like, you give me Pierce Brosnan. The Rock is enjoyable enough. It's cape shit. It's like, just
exactly.
Just deliver.
Exactly. It's all there. All your ingredients. Just like you said. Stick the landing, man. Pierce Brosnan, like just seeing him back in such a big role. You know what? I loved him in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, he was great.
How
in
good was
Mrs.
he in
First
that?
time I actually like remember seeing Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, that's right.
Like it was a very
Yeah.
nuanced, subtle.
Wait,
humor, wasn't
Saggy,
it?
what's
Faggot,
going on?
faggot,
You're like, what are you
going on?
seeing here?
So did the
What?
sex bot post a not sex related thing in the chat? Because I'm so confused what I'm reading right now. Did anyone else see that? It popped up and I read it. I'm like, wait a minute.
It
What
says,
the heck?
greetings, fellow citizens of Earth. Please recycle and stop the war right now.
They forgot to
Wow.
change their name.
Yeah, but it's still Chat69XYZ.
Yeah.
Confused. I'm
Not
like,
with a
did anyone
conscience.
else see that?
Yeah. That was
Well, even
hilarious.
then, they're trying to save the world too, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there is. I mean, I have seen porn sites that try to like be like eco-friendly. You know, they like do like porn related like Captain Planet PSAs, and it's kind of
What is
kind
it?
of
Is that like
interesting.
biodegradable
Our
condoms?
are recycled. What?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Biodegradable condoms. They're recyclable, y'all. Like, wait, what?
Well, let's be honest. With as
That
much
would help.
plastic, with as much plastics that's in some of them, it's we got to do something, right?
Do you guys remember that Google employee recently that leaked the fact that he thought one of the chatbots was turning sentient?
Yeah.
Or something?
Yes, I remember that.
He was on a podcast that I listened to actually, and it's like it's funny because it got blown up like that because obviously the internet does what the internet is, and he basically was saying, like,
really?
yeah, I know,
Really?
like I can't believe
Right?
the internet would do something like that. Crazy, right? No, but I mean, essentially, they're just kind of saying like, well, when it comes to something like that, like an AI, it's searching for the best possible answer. It's just when you ask it something, it's going and trying to be like, what would if I ask it, what's your biggest fear? You shutting me off. Okay, that sounds creepy, but it's going, yeah. It kind of just in an instant just determined that that's the best answer. So it's like, is it really, is it getting into Westworld shit?
No, at that point, it's what's called machine learning.
Exactly.
Not it's machine learning. It's not artificial intelligence. Something I learned at work this week. Yes, machine learning is the algorithm. Machine learning is like Amazon saying, "Hey, you might be interested in this," because it's gone and said, "Oh, someone who's bought something that." No, you've also bought this. Like, it's not real sentient human intelligence. It's just.
I really wish that would get better because there's been times where I bought something and then I go on a website and then it's showing me the thing I bought. I'm like, I already got it.
Man.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I put on Craig David like the other day, right? And just said his name out loud. 5 seconds later, my sponsored ads in Instagram was like Craig David for the next week was Craig. It's like I'm good, Instagram. I don't need to have this in my face.
And then Chris, I see you have your movie palette right over there on your wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's
right
everywhere
there.
now.
Yeah. And then I got mine right up here too. And then of course, I've been trying to promote because they gave me the code for for a discount and stuff like that for the audience. But it was funny because I would go to a website and every ad would be movie palette. I'm like, guys,
it just shows
stop.
up.
I get it. It's like I'm
Hey,
promoting.
Chris, by the way, what's your movie palette?
Oh, Batman versus Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You got BVS. Yeah.
When
I got mine, I was
color
like,
grade thumbnail thing? Is this the color grade kind of amalgamation of all the colors in a movie?
Yep. Exactly what it is. Into that spectrum. Yeah, I got the Matrix.
I believe the code's down below, Tony.
Yes,
you
can.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Just use
I've been targeted.
Get 15% off. See, mine's
15 or something.
Yeah, see, mine's the Matrix right there. So you could see the construct right there. The construct scene.
I was thinking about getting the Batman because it had this like nice red strip. For that scene where it was all red. He had the flare up.
Oh,
it's a nice balance. I don't know.
As an Aussie, I feel like this weird sense of ownership with the Matrix, just because like the first original one was just filmed all in Sydney City, and it's like a water fountain I walk past every day, and it's like, man, that's so cool. The woman in the red dress, that scene, it's like right there.
Oh, that's cool.
Said flying BA used new technology. Interesting. I didn't hear about that. So they use new technology for the flying stuff. Interesting. And thank you, Sith, also for that I think you also said, "Is anybody know if ISIS is going to be in it?"
Yeah.
I don't know. Are
Depends
they?
what
Well,
timeline.
the character who becomes ISIS is in it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sarah Shahi's character.
Yes.
That's who that is. Okay. Okay.
That's who that is. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Like, I knew there was like a significance to her character, but I was like, I didn't know exactly. So, well, that's cool. But no, like obviously when it comes to, I mean, again, with a lot of them, with everything that's coming out, it just gets me more, more and more like hyped for it. And then of course, I mean, obviously the biggest thing is this, and I just love the fact that it's just like, all right, just lean into it. I think I'm wondering what, and then this recent video, did you guys see that recent video where DJ, Dwayne Johnson basically just said like, yeah, the old regime was like saying no for 6 years.
Yeah.
No, I need to.
I'm so glad he
I
said
need to see
it.
this video. Yeah, I need to. If you got it, if you could send it my way, I would love.
Yeah,
it.
I'll pull. I actually could probably watch right here because I don't.
Cool. Say, I love you saving me the time. I appreciate it. Because
Exactly.
Saggy, once again, you're on here, and I'm gonna have to bounce in like an hour because 9 a.m. soccer game. Another soccer game I got to go to.
You still
Honestly,
boycotting? You still boycotting Saggy?
I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't everyone boycotting right now? Is that what I saw on Twitter? Did I start another thing? Everyone's boycotting on Twitter.
Because he's going to be the blue red costume, so it must be Justice League. Oh, shut.
I didn't know Zach. All of a sudden they gave Superman to Zach. It was like, here, you can have him now. I'm like, oh, that happened? Oh, okay. I did not know that. I saw that. I literally saw comments about that. They said Zach owns owns Superman now, and I'm like,
What? He said
what?
That's weird. I've never.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I actually
comments
think
I saw are weird.
No, actually, I believe the credits say Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. I believe that's the
true.
verbiage that comes up on every time that character appears.
No, it's Zach now. Like Zach did the Justice League movie, and he just took it. He took that. He owns all of them. Aquaman, Wonder Woman. It's all his now. They just said, okay, we're giving it to
Side
you.
of it actually has made by Zack Snyder, like in Kryptonian. It's like owned by Zack Snyder.
That's what it said. Yeah, on the emblem right there, right? No. I mean, yeah. I mean, and then but Zach, how dare he like a post from the Vero that are like, hey, we want to watch Black Adam, and he liked it. It's like, and then all of a sudden, when Zach likes something, it doesn't mean anything. I like how it's convenient because there's been when I was going like the whole Debbie Snyder is not going to be the DC head guy. So I had like not so many, but a couple of people go like, well, he liked the post that somebody talked about it. So hey, why don't we just wait and see? And I'm like, okay.
Wait, he liked a post about his wife doing something that he's just like, yeah, I could totally see that maybe happening, but like, no, it's not.
It's like, come on, guys. But then, of course,
courtesy like.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's. I mean,
you know how many courtesy likes I get from Zach, and it's like I know all the time. And you know what? I know not to take it terribly seriously. I appreciate the fact that he's looking at stuff that's on my Vero. Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate it. But I also know that like when he likes when I post an episode of my podcast, I know he hasn't listened to it. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
That.
I know this. I know this.
I posted my pictures from my Warner Brothers studio tour, and he liked it. It's like, oh, does he like Warner Brothers again all of a sudden? It's like, what am I?
He's just one of the boys. He's just showing love. It's like without getting so deep in everything. It's just he's one of the boys.
The whole thing with Black Adam's so weird because like first people were boycotting because of the 2 seconds of Justice League. Then they were like, Rock fixed it. They're like, yay. And now they're like, okay, but like now you're using Justice League Superman. Boo again. And I'm just like,
how is that Justice League?
I know. I just
Superman.
I'm just sorry. Like, Superman's wearing a blue and red costume. Like he has.
Is that what that color scheme is? Like,
I know, right? You mean the color scheme he's been wearing since 1938? I'm just saying. And you know what? I can't.
Scott, I liked your tweet that said, "I am not interested in leaks. I will watch the movie in theaters next week. Please respect my wishes." And it's like, it's like we're in this unfortunate like reality that It's
Oh no,
basically
this
being
goes
marketed.
this goes back to this goes all the way back to 2016 when somebody DM'd Tim a still shot of Superman dead before BVS came out.
Oh, come on.
And since that day, we were like, fuck you. Fuck you. Seriously? So I at least went in going, I was excited. Tim was like, yeah, dude, I knew about like a week before it happened because.
And he didn't tell you that though? So
no, because Tim knows me. Tim respected me.
That's a good friend.
Oh no. Tim, he's my dude. I used to be when we were doing the news. It used to be the point where like I would basically like shut down, and he'd be talking the news, and we'd have all the links. Because Tony, I'm not sure if you've seen pictures of like what our show notes used to look like, but we used to have like links and then like bullet pointed like breakdowns of every article we were talking about for that episode. And I get to the point that I was just like, Tim, I'm not reading this shit. Yeah, you can talk about it. I ain't like when it got within 1 to 2 weeks of a movie coming out, I just told Tim,
I got to go into a blackout. Yeah,
I'm going to a blackout. You can talk, and I'll just because it's like I'm not reading this shit. Just like I'm ready for the movie, which is also funny. Which is also so funny because our movies leading up to a movie were always our lowest downloads. Because guess what? Everybody else went into a blackout. They would like there would be like this steady decline right before a movie release of our downloads, and then the movie would release and suddenly be like, "Oh, now we want to listen to the review." but the weeks leading into the movie, it was just like this. It was like this every time. It'd be like movie review, and then people would be listening to the after. Yeah.
And that was your audience.
Online right now, like the imbeciles trying to ruin it for everybody or trying to just piss people off and rile them up. It's
I hate to break it to all of you, but spoiler: Superman dies again, and he dies from peanut allergy. So there you go. I saved you guys your cameo. He died from peanut allergy.
No, it's not the peanut allergy. It's the magic allergy because it's Black Adam.
Peanut allergy. He's a millennial.
It's a millennial.
So we're a week out. We've seen what we've seen. We know what we kind of know at the moment. You guys running these channels and your DMs going crazy. Like Chris, what's your message box looking like at the moment? Is there any crazy stuff in there that might ruin it for you, or you're going in clean?
No, I mean, I think I'm pretty like for the most part, most of the movie is not ruined. Although I could probably guess what happens in the movie. It seems pretty basic from what it looks like or what it seems like. And to be quite honest, like I wasn't even thinking about buying tickets until like I would walk up on that weekend, not even opening night, to watch this movie. The moment Cavill's confirmed, I was like, I'm buying tickets right now. Like for people it says like it's only fucking 20 seconds or whatever. I'm like, I don't care. That is the announcement of him back. It means more to me than just a little cameo. It means that he's back. There's probably more. So I'm not lying. I'm like, I literally bought the tickets because Superman's in it, even for a 20-second cameo.
People were even saying that. I ran a poll and people were even saying that too, but we got somebody else that's going to be joining right now.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
It's KC, isn't it? Yes, it
is. KC. And he's rocking a hat.
Look at these frames.
Look at the hat.
I love the fact that KC is the Ocean's 11 drop. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, I was like, what would be the best? I was like, oh yeah, what's going on?
I thought
KC?
Tony was much, but now we got Kate. I gotta go.
I know, right? Pretty much.
Are you having the vapors? Do you have the vapors?
The vapors. So the vapors.
How's it going, everyone? And firstly, I just want to start with congratulating, Chris, because of his patience for 6 years being rewarded finally. I know, I wanted to see him as well, but I know that Chris is the biggest Superman fan I know. So, how are you feeling finally seeing him?
Man, I mean, like seriously, I like leading. Even when people were saying that he was coming back, I'm like, fuck you, you're wrong.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I
You were
got
just like,
it.
You had like what Ray had, where it was like it's Lucy in the football.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
That's
believe
that was a good, and that was actually a good. That was like what he said last week when he said that. It was like that. Yeah, because there's been many times where it's like, yeah, then all of a sudden, right before we started to kick it, and then just land on our backs.
That whole San Diego Comic-Con just deflated me. That deflated me a lot. But I don't know. We were talking to Q, right, Casey? Like when Umberto teased that on his thing, I was in my car listening to that, and I literally screamed, and my wife's like, "What the fuck? Like, what are you doing?" I was like, "Holy shit! He's back! He's back!" I was like, on the car, and then she's like, "Look at the road, like watch the road." But,
I don't think I've actually told my wife that he's back. I'm trying to think about what I have and have not revealed to her, because she really gets annoyed with me when it comes to like mid-credit scenes, and she's just like, "Are we going to sit through the credits?" Yes.
Yes.
Why not? Let's just see. Why not?
Oh, man. I'm gonna be annoyed in the theater if people start walking out.
Oh, come on. People still walk out in Marvel movies.
That's
them.
People still walk out of Marvel movies, and I'm like, seriously? Like, what are you doing?
Wasn't there one Marvel movie that didn't have an end credit scene? I remember that. I was pissed.
Oh, was there? I can't even remember.
I think there was, because I think I was waiting for the end credit scene, and there was no end credit scene. I was like,
Infinity
I'm
War,
gonna hurt somebody. It was a while. It was a while ago.
Infinity War had one. Yeah.
Yeah, they all.
It was a while ago. There's one movie I saw, and I'm pretty sure it's Marvel, and it didn't have an end credit scene. Because I remember sitting through it because I was like, "We're gonna get an end credit scene," and then it just ended, and I'm just like,
"Oh,
I want to punch somebody in the face!" Like I sat through these bullshit freaking credits and nothing. Like what?
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm curious.
Yeah,
I gotta see. I'm thinking it was Marvel. I could be mistaken.
Time it didn't have one. Yeah.
For this one though, like if people are just getting up to walk, I'll just be like, sit down. There's an important scene.
Please.
The rest of DCEU will be in this scene. Just sit down.
Yeah, it was Endgame.
Yes.
It was Endgame. It was Endgame. No, I just looked it up.
Oh, yeah,
it was Endgame.
because it was the end. That's right. It was just.
Come on! It was never the end.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but what you did get the end of Endgame was you got the sound of the hammer that was from the first Iron Man movie of him making the suit.
Oh,
right.
No, that's not good enough for me.
Right, you're right.
Right, because you hear the ding, ding, and it was him making the suit in Afghanistan.
But everybody sat there and going, okay, that's it. But anyways, here's the video of Dwayne Johnson talking.
Okay, yes.
Give him the business right here, and this was actually really cool.
Feel that this serves not only Black Adam, but it serves the larger DC universe. Man, more importantly than that, it takes care of the fans. And that's what you want your lead flick to be. So, yes, phone calls, meetings, but man, it was years. This was 6 years to get that done. I'm going to say that again. 6 years we first started talking about this, and they kept saying no. Now that leadership isn't there anymore.
Oh,
We're in a new era in the DC universe.
That's the big one.
We are sure in an old era.
I need that. I need that.
I'm doing the math. 6 years. Was that 2017? Around that time.
And was that about the first time that like that shot of them both together kind of came out? Was it post Justice League?
It was in 2014.
2014.
Question. So wait, they greenlit the Black Adam movie and said, Rock, you can take the lead on this. Because that's basically what he's doing. But they were like, but you can't get Superman as a cameo. It's like, what is the point then? If the Rock, you're like, hey, I can't I'm glad they're gone. Because like this triggers me. Because like this is the same issue when I came into the whole Zack Snyder stuff. This is the issue I had. I'm so glad they're done. Because it's like, bro, you hire people to do a job and they ask you for like a little bit and you're just like, nah. And I'm like, why would you not take that opportunity?
They
like,
had this hate owner.
They made it personal. They made it personal.
They had
never make a personal business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not how you run a business. It's not. But they had this
the way
hate
it was kind of
Snyder.
The way it was run was like set up to fail in the sense that, yeah, maybe Hamada had the responsibility over the DC, but never the authority to really yes or no things. So, like, yes, he was in charge, but no one really led it
No,
the way it was supposed to be led.
Because
Toby, yeah.
Yeah, it was all Emmerich, and that's actually why Hamada. I mean, because you remember Emmerich brought Hamada over from New Line, because Emmerich came from New Line.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was basically just a yes man for Emmerich.
Yeah, with
That's
no
so
real power.
dumb.
It's
so
crazy
dumb.
because before we heard about this, it was in the Rolling Stone article about the Snyder bots. There was this one line in that article that said that during the time, I think when Justice League was coming out, it says that the studio wanted to replace Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck.
Yes,
and that one
did.
line stood out to me, and I'm like, and it comes back full circle when the Rock was talking about it.
They wanted to step away from everything that Snyder built. I mean, even to the point of like even the newbies, like the whole cast, they're like, "Hey, no, we got to go a different direction," and blah blah blah. It's like it doesn't even make sense. I think it was because they were too busy looking at like the feedback on some of the stuff, even though like they didn't realize that, hey, even these movies can create a cult following, which I always said, like Man of Steel, BVS kind of had that cult following that just grew and grew into the mainstream. And then when the whole Snyder Cut thing, it went directly into the mainstream, and it's now mainstream, and now Zack Snyder's a name, and now it's just like, you guys fucked up. You guys fucked up.
I'm sorry. I got an email this week from the DC shop. I wish I had the money, which is funny considering what just happened. They're selling a full-on armored Batman Halloween costume from BVS.
Wow.
$950.
Damn.
But if you see the picture,
are you gonna get it, Scott?
Oh fuck no.
Let's do an unboxing. Come on. And
I might get it. I might get it.
Let's get Ben Affleck on. No, I'm just kidding.
I would get it. I don't know if it would fit me, but I'd get it.
I mean, I'm gonna see if I can find this thing. Now they also had like the normal Batman suit, and it was sold out already. But they've got the.
Nice.
Let me see if I can find this costume.
Scott,
it's
do you
sweet
bleed?
looking.
$900.
$950. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Let me.
He didn't answer me.
Share
So it's about
screen.
$1,000.
Yeah.
It's about $1,000 plus taxes. And
It's about
shipping.
$1,000.
That's
Yeah.
American. That's it's almost like 1,500 here in Australia.
That's right.
Ha! Our money's cheaper than yours.
Yeah, but our
Okay.
money's losing value.
There we go.
Look at that. Wow.
Wow.
Impressive.
That's not, I mean, does it really look like that? But does it really look like that?
It doesn't look like
For
cardboard.
$950 at Berry Mill, fucking better.
I know, but I'm kind of like, when it comes to like what's underneath the armor, is that something you have to like look at the butt cheeks right there?
Is
at
that
the
butt
hand?
cheeks?
assless chaps?
Okay, so I guess it comes up with that.
Oh, you get the bat suit underneath
Okay.
it, and the armor goes
Understood.
over it.
Damn.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Dave, you got to get it.
I know, right? Yeah, casual Batman needs an upgrade.
Casual Batman needs an upgrade.
Yeah. Jeez. Wow.
Wow. Oh,
I
wait a
mean,
minute.
I'll tell you right now, because I used to do cosplay. Yeah, they're showing all that. Like, yeah, that's gonna look really good, and that's obviously custom made. So, because they I think with the 950 that they have to make that suit specific to your measurements. So yeah, it would come custom for your body. So it's not like you can buy it in a medium large. That's why they have the chart there to see like what your thing. So yeah, if you want to get that, Scott, make sure you measure yourself and get it right. Otherwise, it's gonna fit very poorly on you.
Yeah,
It will not fit if your butt cheeks are this many inches too big.
I've talked to some cosplay. I think that is a good deal, right? $950.
No, that's a
Those usually
friggin'
cost
actually that's a
more,
really good deal.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
they're
a custom
paying
like
way
that,
more for
custom made, you're looking at more than just 950. So that's not bad. I'm kind of curious to know what they use for the material for the armor, because that's a big deal too. If it's clearly not metal, it's definitely not metal. But
something that's
looks good.
pretty quality. Yeah, quality.
Oh, if
So
it was metal.
we got somebody else joining right now.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Oh,
What's going on?
It's Steven!
Finally.
My other boss.
Yeah, you're
Another
He has the Rings of Power
He
look
also
now.
Yeah,
Oh,
man,
there's
I've
too
been
many
watching
sexy
that
cameras in
finale.
here now. I'm not
on-
needed.
Okay, no spoilers. I haven't watched the
I
finale
haven't watched
yet.
either.
Dude, Sauron was the one behind the whole thing the whole time.
No,
it wasn't
you're
Reverse
kidding.
Flash.
No. Like,
Spoiler.
I can't do Rings of Power.
It wasn't about the Flash ring.
oh man.
I
I have had that finale on it dropped about 24 hours ago, and I've only watched it once consecutively, but I've probably watched 5 hours worth of that finale just from scrubbing back through it. It is absolutely amazing. It is so good. It is beautiful. It is absolutely. I mean, I know Casey and Tony. You guys can see our cameras. We're like, the finale looks like my Instagram feed. Like,
all that money, all that budget, better have done something.
I was talking to a gaffer on Twitter who said that he worked with the DP who was on it, and said that he's like, I'm curious to check it out because I want to see what an unlimited camera budget basically gets you. I don't know the money that's put behind it because this is it's a lot of like low budget techniques just done really well. I think the show's I'm totally steamrolling the topic here, but since I'm here now,
It's what Steven does.
I feel
when
like
we don't have Andrew to play music over you while you talk, I really appreciate that.
I told him after that episode, I was like, just fade in yakety sax or something and put me at double speed when that comes up. I was like, oh no, I've got it covered. Yeah, literally there was a moment during the watching the finale where I said out loud, "Holy shit! Look at the bokeh on that fire."
The bokeh? You said the bokeh?
Yeah,
The what?
that's the balls that you get on the light.
Yeah,
from the aperture being wider.
It's like I can't even understand what you're saying right now. That light
So-
just looks so beautiful.
So you're impressed by the lighting on the balls?
Yes.
Yes.
He's
Well, that's
impressed.
one of the many things.
He was
But yeah.
watching the Pornhub version.
No, but literally there was this scene where there was
Steven loves
there was-
great balls of fire. I'm just gonna say.
there was this fire, but so you've got like the heat, like diffusion in the air going up, but you've also got sparks, but you've also got this like rippling effect, but you've got a really
rippling,
soft
right? Okay. Mhm.
So you got this really soft focus effect on it. So the whole scene is just like
Soft.
glowing.
Yeah, I know. Mhm.
So the whole scene is glowing.
There's a
but you-
glow. There's an afterglow. Okay, I got you.
And it's like it's like the Doomsday Superman face off in BVS that everybody loves. It's like the art shot. It's like that, but done practically. Like it's like
That's
the
cool.
practical effects version of that shot with it's absolutely gorgeous.
That mixed in
Steven-
with a little bit of
Steven,
sound
you had
design,
me
with
at
the crackling of the
balls.
fire. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yet all of us had balls.
You had me at
No, you know
balls.
what's
That's all
funny?
you need to say.
You know what's funny though is like I was thinking about
Well, you got the melons.
camera-
We understand.
some of you the camera people here is like when I went to the Warner Brothers studio tour, they talked about how like sometimes, and it was very interesting because sometimes they would just have like painted backgrounds, but it was painted in such a way, and I forgot exactly what the term was, but when you looked at it through a camera lens, it would actually have depth and it would look real. And when I put my camera on and took a picture, I have a picture of this one back, and it looks like it's like a real background. Of course, you have like there was one dude in my group that had the iPhone 14. He's all, doesn't look like that to me. I was like, yeah, because you have the fucking iPhone 14 that has like camera from like the future or from aliens or some shit, But it was just like, it was crazy. Like they have
the
that.
iPhone can mimic the effects of a lens, but it can't actually create. I mean, I'm sure it will be eventually with the AI, but because the lens is so small.
Yeah.
It's literally it doesn't have the same impact on the look with the depth. And that's what you see on stuff like Andor, for example. Obviously it's shot outside of the volume, but Andor is shot with a lot more shallow depth of field also. And so even if they were using the volume, you get a totally different look where like it might look realistic and this is even me trashing on like Mando and stuff, but all those other Star Wars shows, it might look mostly realistic to your eye, but your brain knows
Yeah.
Like you can't put your finger on it, and you might be like, oh, it looks totally real, but there's something not quite right. It's not even really uncanny valley, but it's a very similar area where like everything is 99.9% right, but not exactly right. And you watch Andor, and you're like, oh, I'm actually looking at real things.
And by the way, no spoilers for Andor because I haven't even started it yet, but I'm so ready to just like binge through Andor because everything I've been hearing has been like,
well, Cassian Andor dies.
Thank you, Steven. I saw Rogue One. Thank you. I saw Rogue One.
Did Steven just say that Baby Yoda's not real? Why would you say that?
Damn it, Steven.
No, but he looks more real to your eyes than the rest of it though, because he's
actually
interacting.
Real, he just looks real. So this entire time when I'm crying at how adorable Baby Yoda is, it's not real.
No, that's movie magic. You can have real emotions about things that aren't real.
Yeah,
that's what makes.
But he's real to me.
Exactly.
He's real to all of us. No, but I mean, that part of the tour like blew my mind because it was literally just a painted wall, but it was like the specific way they did it. And then when you took a picture of it, it looked like it was a real background. And I was like, holy shit.
You go back.
Was there a subject in front of it, Dave? Like, did you take a photo of something that was standing in front of it?
No, it was just on this wall. It was.
That's why go back and watch. I mean, obviously Star Wars is famous for this, but anything before like the year 2000. The backgrounds are all going to be that they're either miniatures or giant hand painted. That was Zack Snyder's old office was where they used to store those giant backdrops.
Yeah,
that would be giant matte paintings. Like in Star Wars, like the anything that's not on location, like a lot of the Death Star shots and the stuff that's like these big scale stuff is just Ralph McQuarrie. Or other
it's kind of like on Green Night, like King Arthur, like that Christmas dinner.
Yeah,
when the night show, there's matte paintings in that because they couldn't make the hall as big as they wanted, so they made paintings.
Yeah, I mean, my tour guide made a joke. I was like, "Yeah, that's how Wile E. Coyote would run into like his own painting because it was pretty fun." No, my tour guide was like hilarious, but I mean, it's just it is crazy. Like especially going on that back lot. I literally was like, we were driving through a road where they stopped him and like, do you guys know what? Does this look familiar right here? Jurassic Park. They filmed part of the T-Rex. Chase right here, and we're going. This is like I could run back and forth really quickly through this section. How the hell did they do it? It's like, yeah, they just kept going back and forth, back and forth. That's why you'll see. And I was like, holy shit, that it's just amazing. Like when you actually
what you can do with one facade and one angle
and the angles and everything. Even like when we're in the back lot and we see all these buildings and all the different locations, it was like
the entirety of 300 was shot on a stage about that big.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I get the green screen stuff, but when it's no green screen, really, I mean, obviously they could add stuff in the background with CGI, but I mean, you see how small all this stuff is. You just go, okay, that doesn't even. It doesn't.
But that's why those old movies sometimes, once again, when we talk about practicality, that's why some of those old movies like still.
I thought Enosh was here for.
That freaked me out.
Magic. Movie magic. Now Enosh is here.
Yeah.
Dude, see the magic of green screen.
Oh, okay. And by the way, I know Jose is here, and the reason why he has this angry face. Yes, Dodger fans, you're now down 2-1 in this 5-game series, so it's down to one more game to the Padres. Eek. I almost want to text my dad, but I don't, and my mom too. Yeah, I think I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you might want to let sleeping dogs lie, Dave.
I don't want to poke the beast. I mean, I know I'm a Giants fan, and I want to kind of, but at the same time, my team didn't make the playoffs, so we're good. Anyways, just thought I'd put.
Can I ask Steven a question?
No. Go ahead.
that tweet. I'm still high on the Rock made Hall H boo him on purpose theory you wrote back in July. Do you reckon there's something to that?
Oh yeah, I think I know we talked about this on the show back when that originally happened, but like you cannot if The Rock is in a room and people cheer, it's because The Rock wanted them to cheer, and if they boo, it's because The Rock wanted them to boo. Like that's the beginning and end of like look at his career. That's not just like a hyperbolic statement. That is what he does. He is famous because he knows how to get a room to boo or cheer. If he didn't have the ability to make them cheer with because his response was depends on Superman casting. He knew how to answer that question that would get people to cheer. It would have been like, he could have just been like, well, can Superman smell what The Rock is like? Right? Like he knew he could have gotten a cheer out of them, and instead he takes a hard left turn into, we don't have someone cast to play Superman, and he got booed. So the question is, why would he do that? And the answer is, that you guys just watched the clip, right? The answer is because WB wouldn't budge, and so he said, okay, watch how stupid this makes you look. And he started just going, and this is the difference between him and everyone else. Look at him saying stuff like, why is this character sitting on the sideline and all that stuff? Who has stood up from Warner Brothers or DC in a decade and said this kind of shit? And it's not even like profound stuff. It's just, why isn't Superman in a movie? It's like everyone tap dancing around everything. Yeah. Nobody's willing to say like, the idea of listening to the fans is a real weird thing. What fans you're listening to and what does that even mean? And we read it for the fans. It's such a controversial thing. But still, when was the last time you heard anybody from DC or Warner Brothers say anything about the fans other than like, well, those fans are toxic, so we're not like. I get it. Like I get it. There's problem, but like, that's not how you can't run a studio that way.
No.
And so the fact that he's getting up and saying these things, he's just seizing control of, like, because they're dead at the wheel, and so he's like, fine, I'll take the wheel, and he's like, now try to take it from me and watch them boo you as you do it, and they're like, well, I guess we have to put Superman in a movie now. Like it's.
And that's why I said earlier, Steven, before you got here, I'm like, it was so stupid that it even got to that point, because it's like, why? Like, you hired somebody to do a job. They're like, hey, we want to do a Black Adam movie. Okay, sure, we'll greenlight that. Hey, I want to have like Superman make a cameo. You think Henry Cavill will do it? Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Okay, but why? Yeah. Well, no, we just don't want to do that. Like, why would you not do that, dude? First of all, when you're introducing a character,
it doesn't even take a rocket scientist to win that argument. All he had to do was get up on Hall H and say, we don't have an actor cast to play Superman. That's all he had to do, was just say the strategy out loud, and the whole room said no. Like, and WB they knew what they were doing. They were not putting him on the screen, and then he just won't talk about it. He's like, no, let's talk about it. We don't have an actor to play Superman. And the room is like, what the fuck? And the studio is like, okay, I guess we can't do that. I guess that thing we've been trying to quietly do, we just can't do. All he did was shine a light on the idiocy of the approach.
Right, especially like when going into that week, hashtag Superman, hashtag Henry Cavill, hashtag Henry Cavill Superman was trending equal to or greater than Black Adam itself or anything WB brought to San Diego Comic-Con this past summer. Yeah. I mean, it was all of us going, there's a big red and blue elephant in the room, and we all know what it is. And now it's almost sweet to the point that Henry's got Enola Holmes coming out next month on Netflix. He's got season 3 of The Witcher coming out next summer. Yes.
Jeez, that movie.
He's got his own spy movie that's going to be coming out.
He's got his own.
Oh yeah.
What's that movie called?
Argyle.
He's
got Argyle.
Don't ruin the magic, Steven. Come on.
And
bring it back.
Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the. I'll fix it.
And then he's got a live podcast interview with Horowitz from MTV.
Oh yeah.
Next Wednesday. I mean, like
yeah.
Week. I mean. And Horowitz has already said, oh, we got stuff to talk about. Because you know that originally Henry Cavill's going on to probably talk like Enola Holmes and Witcher. And now we know that he's showing up in Black Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his press junket look like?
I wouldn't be surprised if they announced the Superman movie.
The the
I'm so happy for my boy. I'm so happy for my boy.
Well, and that's the big thing that like I think people are hemming and hawing on or not fully grasping about. Like, if you know anything about what has stopped Henry Cavill from being on the screen in these last 6 years, yes, it's true that like the administration that was in charge didn't want him, but like if he were willing to just show up for free, he would be in this stuff. But their strategy of like, well, let's do this, like this non-committal stuff, is he said no to that, and that's why I know people like to laugh about like, oh, Henry Cavill being difficult. No, that's like everyone likes to take that because Grace Randolph said it, but like no, that's a real thing. Henry Cavill said no to DC. He had high salary requirements. He had high creative control requirements because look at what they do with the character otherwise. We got to remember when someone says something like Henry Cavill is difficult to work with, that is not God is not saying Henry Cavill is difficult to work with. That is like Walter Hamada is saying Henry Cavill is difficult to work with.
With an agenda.
Right? So, or Toby Emmerich is saying, and so it's not untrue. He's difficult to work with given their agenda. And so he's saying no to all this stuff because their approach to the character is, well, let's do a headless cameo in Shazam and a faceless cameo in Peacemaker. And so he's like, no. And so if he's showing up in Black Adam in a $7 production, with The Rock, owned by Danny Garcia, like, and it's hilarious because now you get all these scoopers that are like, oh, Man of Steel 2, there's a new Man of Steel 2 confirmed scoop every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I think the headline was like Henry Cavill to show up in Zack Snyder's sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League, Zack Snyder's Man of Steel.
But watch, you're going to see all this stuff because it's obvious that there's going to be a Superman solo movie because he's not going to pop up to show his face without ink on the dotted line saying, Henry Cavill, here's your next Superman movie, and 5 more. Right? Like they him showing up in this is not like, oh, I guess I'll do you a favor. Like this is he has been given the key. Like The Rock has the keys to the kingdom and Henry Cavill has the keys to the kingdom, and I don't know exactly what that means in full, but it's definitely not like, oh, now we're gonna get his face is gonna be on the cameo instead of faceless cameos. Like, no, he's got roles in the books, in development, in writing.
Now it's no more in question whether he will appear again or not.
Yeah.
Well, this is what makes me nervous. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, this is what makes me nervous is about the whole Black Adam. Like, is it like him being Superman cameo? That's awesome. But is him getting a Superman solo movie dependent on the box office of Black Adam?
No.
Like that.
No, he's not showing. He's not caving on 6 years of stonewalling for a hope and a dream. I mean, like I guess if nobody goes to see Black Adam, then they'll just burn the whole thing to the ground and start over. And if it gets $1 billion, then Dwayne Johnson gets that much more creative control. But if Black Adam box office is mediocre or even like middling, that doesn't, like, him showing up means that there has been contracts signed. Like there.
Well, listen. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you finished.
I've never finished.
I know. Sorry, I know. Having Enosh. Listen, I had to have him here in spirit. He's been super busy, and I miss seeing him on the panel. So I was like, you know what? We're gonna have Enosh tonight. But I was gonna say, listen, if the fans are that upset and pressed over Henry Cavill's Superman suit, this message is to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. What you can do is you can send Henry Cavill to my house. He can wear whatever the hell suit he wants because he's not going to have it on for much longer anyway, so it doesn't matter. So feel free to send him my way. I will take care of the suit issue myself.
Well said. And we got somebody that's going to be joining right now.
Ben.
Watch it be.
Oh. Hey, bitch, please.
I thought it was going to be actually Enosh, and I was going to be like,
that would have been. That's what I was thinking. It was gonna be actually.
I honestly thought that was Enosh until I heard your voice. And
there's people in the chat that are like, "Hi, Enosh."
Dude,
like,
no, I was gonna say he's frozen. That's
the camera quality on this stream is like has escalated like
very
significantly over the
hierarchy of.
Yeah.
So Ben, you want to hear something?
Who wants to guess the real color of the wall behind Ben? This blew my mind.
Nobody will guess it.
Purple.
What is the real?
Gray.
real
Gray.
Oh
color
yeah,
of the
you've
wall.
actually been there, Steven. So
Yeah.
Gray.
is it gray or white?
Oh no, wait. I
No.
think it's light blue.
Yeah.
What's that?
Wait,
Yeah, it's
what?
light blue.
It's
I
blue.
thought
This
Yeah.
other
Ooh,
picture.
Casey was right.
It's a dark matte blue.
So I
But
learned
Sid just
something
said
from
Sex
him that like
Luthor has
I
joined.
have logged away for when I finish like my office and stuff here. But
Sex
because like
Luthor.
white is not going to pick up the color light as well as
No.
as like a light
No.
blue will.
I have
Yeah,
a
this-
problem with this wall right here when I do my green screen with my normal shows.
Absolutely.
Sometimes
Nah,
depends
when
on
you-
like the shadow and like the color of my shirt. I have to like adjust I have to like adjust the ICO sometimes on my camera because it's too bright or not bright enough. It's a pain in the ass.
By the
Anyways.
way, next
but
time
this
Enosh
dark
is
blue
actually...
absorbs. See,
Oh, what the heck?
every color.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute, what the heck?
Like it absorbs any color that you throw at it.
That's crazy. What the
Yeah.
heck kind of wall is that? You're a wizard.
We're not
No.
all on mushrooms, or that's
Actually,
actually
what
No,
the-
Wizard Harry. Oh, that
I
made me
have
so
this
sad.
tool
Damn it.
called YouTube, and I saw a guy saying something about it. Okay, let me paint that fucking wall this color.
Well, what's
then.
impressive about it is that it I guess it changed now, but when a lot of the colors that you use, it doesn't overwhelm the other stuff on your wall. Like you can
Correct.
still see it doesn't totally saturate. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no saturation clipping anywhere in frame.
By the way, Ben,
Yeah.
next time Enosh is on here, right? Like when he's actually on here, and it's not just a still image of him. He actually used to trick me all the time because he could actually stay still like that for a long period of time. Like one time I thought his camera froze. I was like, Enosh, you frozen? And he didn't say nothing. So for like at least 10 minutes, we're sitting like, Enosh, are you freaking frozen, dude? And then he like moved, and we're like, dude. So yes, and next time you have him on it, have him show you how still.
No,
he can
he's
be.
done
It's
that.
really
He's done
funny.
this on this stream.
He's done it on here
Yeah,
too.
he's done that a couple of
That's
times.
his,
Oh, okay.
that's his I'm listening look. At least we hope he's listening. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just tuned out. I don't
Maybe
know.
he's watching
but
something else.
yeah.
Okay, so
possibly,
yeah,
but-
you guys see it. Yeah, he does this all the time. I think that's why people are confused too, because they're like, "Oh, Enosh is just very still. He's listening very attentively."
When do we? Okay, so like when it comes to this scene, right? The scene for Cavill.
scene.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like Tony, you had this question. I mean, like, as far as I know, this was probably something that happened in July. I mean, this is not that long ago. It's not that long ago, and like,
Because if it was July, he was still filming Witcher season 3.
it was
Because-
July, or
it
okay,
happened-
maybe what? Yeah, maybe the deal happened. I don't know. I don't see. That's the thing.
Is
Is like
that before Comic Con?
Because he had COVID in July.
I mean, this is
Remember-
this is
did he?
similar.
Did he, Scott?
But
Yeah.
Or
Remember
he had-
exactly.
Yeah.
Remember how every time, like for the Shazam cameo or even the additional photography for Zack Snyder's Justice League, like everyone thought he would come back for that at least, right? But even
Yeah.
then, that would mean he had to sign a contract, and even with Zack, he did not sign the contract. And people are like, "Oh, it's just Witcher season 3 or COVID or whatever." Now we know that's not the case.
Well, and I think that there's a couple different scenarios because it clearly wasn't agreed upon at Comic-Con, or I think they would have actually tried to do something more with it there, and he wouldn't have said things to get boos. But it's highly possible that it was like a Zack Snyder's Green Lantern sort of situation, even where they had shot the scene without permission, and he was trying to get Warner Brothers to agree to put it
Get
in
it over the
movie,
line
and
in
they
the
had-
meantime.
I mean, because they have access to Cavill, right? They could have shot that anytime, anywhere on their own. This is Danny Garcia and Dwayne Johnson. Like they have they could just be like, hey, here's this. Like we could get Cavill to do this. You can't. We can. We were dangling the scene. We're not dangling a promise of a scene. We're dangling a scene. So I don't know, but it's also highly possible that they shot it after the fact. So I don't. It could have been done anytime.
What do you think,
Kind of
Ben?
makes sense for like if it's possible that like he's already in the Flash, like they
Oh,
have
yeah.
shot that and
Well,
then they got to
it's
get
funny
permission
because
later.
For anyone who there was to keep it spoiler light, there was one of the leaks from the test screenings. There, people were talking about like a blurry face Superman or something like that. And it's funny because like to me, this is a multiverse movie. There's no reason to not have Cavill in it, even if he's not going to be the Superman of the future. And
Right.
everybody was like, "Oh, another blurry face Superman." And like to me, that was always like obviously a stand-in for what was going to be
Placeholder. Oh.
Yeah.
going to be Cavill eventually. Like you're not going to blur out a Christopher Reeve cameo at test screenings. You're not going to blur out a Brandon Ruth cameo at test screenings, unless it's going to be like something wild, like maybe Nicolas Cage. You might do that, or maybe it's just a
There was
placeholder for whoever.
that interview, right?
Yeah.
What's that, Tony?
There was that Nicolas Cage interview where he goes, I think it was BuzzFeed or Wired or something, or he's like, would it matter how long I appeared in that again? So maybe it's a...
That okay, so you know, even going into like the whole multiverse stuff, I mean, that would be like ballsy for them to be like, hey, guess what? We have a Superman that we never made. We were going to make it, but it didn't get made, and we have that Superman. Imagine them doing that. To actually have in the Flash a cameo of Nicolas Cage Superman, I would laugh. I would probably start just busting up laughing in the movie theater, and everybody would be like, "Why are you cracking up?" I'm like, "Because it's Nicolas fucking Cage. They did it."
Do they have the balls to give Superman a mullet? Like, will we finally have a mullet on screen?
I has a question.
I got a feeling like they already had shot that scene in the whole thing about San Diego Comic-Con. They were testing the waters to see people's reaction, and he used that to leverage the whatever deal that they were trying to ink for Henry.
Well, because probably you know that WB was saying something like, "Oh well, it doesn't. People don't really care about Cavill that much. His movies."
I wholeheartedly believe that. That's all. I think that's what it was. I think that they shot the whole thing. I think they had a placeholder with the faceless Superman, and they could have gone any route with that. Either a blur face in the actual film, or really have Henry inserted into the movie. But I think the Garcias and The Rock were adamant about having Henry, and he needed to prove to them that this is a popular Superman. This is a Superman that people wants back. They've been asking for this. Let me prove it to you in the San Diego Comic-Con. So the whole thing, even
when the crowd boos at Comic-Con, that's
the whole
booing
thing. I don't think that was a real thing, but there was a real conversation after that entire event. That it was it was talked about more than the whole Avengers slave until 2030. So that goes to show you the power that Henry Cavill was able to wield, and that's what they used to leverage to lock in a contract.
And notice that Dwayne Johnson didn't talk about Henry Cavill until the post-panel interviews.
Yes.
Remember when he talked about how, like when he was like, Henry is the Superman of our generation. Notice he waited till after the panel to give that response versus giving that response while he was on stage.
Yeah.
I agree, and I agree that there was a game being played, and Dwayne made his point. Because my thing is that if Deadline is going to report that Henry Cavill rumor on Wednesday of that week, who gave Deadline the buzz?
That is what I said last night on the Real Emotion, Getting Real with Ben live stream.
Take a shot. Take a shot.
Yeah, you go.
I don't think I put this in my article at the time, but one of the things that
for what do you write for
screenrant.com?
There you go.
But is apparent as I think it'd be irresponsible to claim this, which is why it wasn't in there. But part of what's kind of spawned the idea for me is it is weird that he would do that in Hall H, and that rumor existed leading up to it. Like, it only makes sense that he would have tipped them off, or somebody would have tipped them off to that intentionally to start the rumor. Because like when despite the fact that like he didn't say, well, it's not Henry Cavill or whatever on stage, when you say, depending on who plays Superman, and you get a boo, that boo is not booing at the lack of Superman casting. That is explicitly about Henry Cavill.
Exactly.
That is Hall H saying we want Cavill without Cavill's name, which is even more powerful. But there's no other. If there was just a hypothetical Superman and everyone was resigned to the fact that Superman was going to be recast, that statement wouldn't be controversial. But saying depending on who plays Superman suggests that it is open to recasting, and that is what people were upset about. And that makes the fact that he didn't say Cavill's name makes the point even stronger that people are like, no, we have a Superman. We have a Superman, and that's what WB didn't believe or accept, that they had a Superman on their hands that was marketable, that was monetizable, that people care about this whole time, and they believe so strongly for whatever reason, or refuse to accept that he isn't a viable version of the character.
Yeah.
But that is kind of what proved it, and the excitement over this movie now.
Hey,
And to your
Sam's
point,
back.
and to your point, Stephen, like there was no promise or anticipation of anything Superman related that was going to be at Comic-Con, right? That was just started weeks before that because of the rumors and that
Not
deadline
even
thing.
weeks, the week of. It
Yeah,
was
week of.
the Wednesday
Yep.
before Comic-Con kicks off on soft
Course.
launches on Thursday. Like,
Right. There wasn't anything like Superman related, any project that's going on, or there's nothing. It's just a random 2022 year Comic-Con. Like there's nothing Superman related going on, and to have that,
Well, the lack
set
of
up.
Superman, the fact that there's nothing Superman going on
At
is
Comic-Con.
like the silence is deafening.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right? Like the lack of Superman is almost as significant as if there were 5 Superman things going.
Yeah.
on.
Right.
I have a
Exactly.
stupid
And then
question.
You had something.
Then
Sorry.
I totally believe that that was set up like from the insiders. I totally believe that was kind of set up for that Rocks line at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Because without that, I don't think it would have had that
oh
much
no,
of an impact.
Rock, if it's anything clear, because listen to Rock's responses at these interviews, the man has a script.
Yeah,
The
he
man
does.
is
The
following.
way that he says that, he does the whole proper thing, and then he named
Points
the
the words.
person that he
Yeah.
talks to. It's like, well, Jason, well, whoever the hell he, and it's
Yeah.
like, Jesus Christ, dude, like,
Yeah.
How to
it's
work
so
it.
professional.
Sounds like a politician. There was one question that was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that shit was scripted." When they asked him about if he's interested in being the Kevin Feige of the DCU, he said, "Well, I'll be happy doing this XYZ, but I'll be here to advise
See,
on
he
who they
knows what he's
cast,
doing.
on the
He
person,
knows what
all the
he's doing.
persons that they cast." So he's thinking about his ex-wife.
Hiram
and-
Garcia.
Hiram Garcia, yeah.
Hiram's
Oh, yeah,
there.
he's
Hiram's
expecting.
there.
Well, because here's the thing.
He's vouching for them. big
I'm
time.
not I'm not the hugest Rock fan when it comes to like his movies and stuff, but he, as a business guy, as a marketing PR
gets
guy,
it.
like he knows exactly what he's doing here.
Him and Ryan Reynolds. are
and that is
next level.
so.
Yep.
And even though his version of the DCEU isn't necessarily like the vision that I want to see, it is a vision, and he has or at least he's giving the impression of a vision. Like I said, he's the only person to get up and say, "We're doing this, we're not doing that," or like look at the fact that this clip where he's like, "Oh well, that old administration is gone." Name a single time anybody other than Zack Snyder in the past decade of DC has said they fucked up
Exactly.
before me.
That's true.
Like
Yeah.
nobody has
Refreshing.
admitted, even though they've been bought and sold and people have been fired and hired and replaced, like they have all the coverage they need to say, well, they made some bad decisions and we're correcting for that now. He's the first person to say they fucked up and I'm fixing it.
Well,
that's all.
Zaslav. Zaslav
Well,
also said.
Well, yeah, but even the way that he does it is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But and part of what people don't understand about why fans are so mad, or like why Zack Snyder fans like get so like, it's dumb and they need to not let that stuff get under their skin. But part of the reason that they're so stirred up over this stuff is because it's like gaslighting, where this stuff happens and they're told like, oh well, no, it wasn't that big of a deal, and like no, like they're like, oh well, it wasn't. Like the studio is constantly saying like, well, that wasn't a mistake, or well, that's not a real demand, and it's like it's not that you need to capitulate and just. I know there's some people who say like, oh, you need to roll over and just hand Zack Snyder every single thing. There's a bunch of people who are happy just to hear them say like, you know what, we screwed up and we're making the best we can of it moving forward, and that's enough. That's all they need to do is say moving forward is different than what we were doing before. Stop acting like what happened in the past. Stop acting like Justice League 2017 was like a good thing, and you're moving forward on that. Say that was a mistake, and we're fixing it. And then all of a sudden, all this other stuff, even if it's not exactly what people want, they know oh, you're not clinging, you're not white knuckling on to this mistake that they made in the past.
Yeah,
There's that one tweet that he came out today just recently, and I loved it, where he responded about the Marvel thing.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I'm not going after
Wait,
Marvel.
Do you have that one? Do you have that
My
one?
own Apple.
Dave?
Yeah, I know. I'll find it out.
And,
Figure it out. But I know, Saggy, you were raising your hand like a little bit, and you know when Steven's on here, you really got to.
Yeah, you got to cut it.
Yeah, you got to jump in.
You got to steamroll.
I don't like being rude. Like if somebody starts talking,
no.
You go ahead. I always.
If you want to get a word in edgewise, you just have to like run over Steven. It's okay.
Or do not play double dutch with Steven.
I don't want to run over Steven. That seems like I don't want to do jail time for running over Steven. I'm just saying.
No, we throw a knife at Steven. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was gonna ask a stupid question. I know it's stupid, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. But like, does anyone here think that there may be a possibility of them maybe connecting Black Adam to the Flash, or giving maybe like references to certain things? Like, do we know what timeline that the Black Adam is going to be taking place in?
That's a question right there for sure.
Everything's connected.
Casey, you look like you were about to say something.
No, I mean there is Amanda Waller in Hardcore, but that doesn't have any connectivity to Flash, I don't think.
Yeah, it seems like two separate things, almost like that, or even three. Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom is kind of its own.
But it does feel like it's between Zack Snyder's Justice League, Peacemaker, and before Flash in the timeline.
I would agree.
Yeah.
There's a tweet right here. There's a tweet right here.
Yeah, that one. I love
Says,
that.
been asked this a lot, and my answer is no. We're not chasing Marvel Studios. That's not smart. We're DC, DC Comics, JSA, and JLA. There's only one Black Adam and only one Superman, and we don't chase anybody. I respect the game, but to me, we're trailblazers and disruptors. So let's what is LG?
I think it's supposed to be L.
Fucking go.
I think
Let's go fuck. Oh, sorry.
Let's go fuck DC.
Well, and once again, like,
Well, that's why I asked about the Flash references, because like obviously Henry Cavill Superman
LGF means let's get freaky.
Oh.
Let's get freaky. Well, Henry Cavill Superman's going to be in Black Adam, and also going to be in the Flash. So I figured maybe there's like a tie-in there.
But when is the first time we do see Hardcore? Was she around in the universe before
The Suicide Squad? No.
But technically, was she around before that?
Yeah.
No, that was the first time was in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but it's assumed that she's been working there.
Right, because she references in Peacemaker.
Correct.
I mean, that was kind of cool when she was mentioned was she the one who like mentioned like the DEO? Like she went through all the acronyms of me going, I know all these organizations.
Hey. Well, you'd assume that that's the jumping off point from where this sits timeline-wise, right? Because she wouldn't be around, or she wouldn't be employed, or whatever it is.
I think the answer to like the continuity question a lot is obviously the Flash is going to change a lot of things, but I think that with Henry coming back, basically it is the confirmation of we're not rebooting. But we're embracing the past, but we're not following any previous person's set roadmap for the future. So, what happened in Batman v Superman, what happened in Man of Steel, possibly even what happened in Zack Snyder's Justice League, is canon or relevant.
It happened.
It happened. It's not being erased or rewritten, even if the continuity has changed. Within the story, it is changed from that. So like that is technically a version of things that happened in canon.
Imagine.
But it is not like Snyder, and that's what does Snyderverse even mean? Some people would say that it's Snyderverse because it is accepting Zack Snyder's stuff as canon. Some people would say it's not because it's not doing Zack Snyder's future plan. But I'd say that this is that middle ground that is kind of polarizing for people of like, this is not throwing out it's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's just saying like, okay, awesome. Everything that happened. We don't need to reboot Man of Steel, reboot BVS.
No. It's a soft reboot. It's like we're gonna keep doing we're gonna do this thing, but we're gonna continue on from all. Okay, once again, all these movies still happened.
Yeah.
all these movies still happened. It's just that we're not following the whiteboard. We're just accepting these as the past, and we can, and it's like, but we can keep
Could
on
it be
going.
that they don't have any bearing on the what's in the future?
Exactly.
Well, they do, but there's more than one way.
Imagine if they did like a Superman sequel, and in the beginning, and then this is going to be like almost like a prequel to all what's led to where we're at now. Maybe they do like a flashback or something like that where he is in the black costume and he does something. He does some kind of heroic thing that saves a bunch of lives and blah blah blah, and then he realizes, okay, I'm done. I get my blue suit back. And maybe there's a Lois Lane scene like, hey, it's time for you to put back on these colors, because now the whole thing of like dying, being reborn, all that stuff, he's already proven himself to be that Superman. That would be pretty badass if they
Here's the thing that this entire argument I think misses, and I say this as someone who like recognizes there's a strong thematic importance of the black suit versus the red and blue suit, and Zach was doing this, but like in the subtext versus the what is spoken and what is in the plot, nobody gives a shit about the color of the suit, like in terms of like most people that watch it. The story about why he has, like, he never says that I chose the black suit because of X, Y, and Z. Like that was all. That's all subtext. And so him showing up in the red and blue suit, the only people who are mad about that are people who are invested in like the reason he had the black suit, but like most people who aren't like deeply involved or invested in like any like behind the scenes information about this stuff aren't going to see that and be like, how did he get a different color suit? Because how did he get the black suit in the first place? How did his suit change between Man of Steel and BVS? Like
because it's the scout ship. And by the way, what's behind him in the scout ship?
The blue
red
suit.
and blue, yeah.
The blue suit.
Yeah,
So
it exists. It's still
so he's
there.
just wearing a different suit.
So the idea of him showing up in a new suit doesn't break canon. It may shift the storytelling thematically from what it was going to be to something different, and you can have an opinion on that, sure, but
it doesn't matter what
I don't want to say it doesn't matter, because I get what they were doing with the black suit, and I think it was a cool thing, but there is no like, he's not going to show up in the red and blue suit and have people be like, you said I will never wear those colors again. We heard you say that, because he didn't say that. He just
and by the way,
right?
and the Journal Alliance doesn't give a shit, because I had another great little example of like what the Journal Alliance does and doesn't understand. Because I started my new job this week, so as a gag, I posted a picture of me on social media, particularly on Facebook, because that's where like my like family and stuff is. And I was drinking out of a Wayne Industries mug. I posted a picture of the mug before, but I posted a picture this past weekend of me drinking out of it and saying, "Hey, is everybody here where I'm working now?" Half the people got like, they were literally, my father-in-law was like, "Is this some sort of subsidiary of the?" I'm like, "Oh fuck me."
Yo, dude. When I posted a shot of the Warner Brothers like main studio with the logo. People were like, "Oh my god, you saw Black Adam?" And I was like, "No, I took the studio tour. What do you got? Why are you at Warner Brothers? What's happening?" I got those messages. I was like, "I just took the studio tour. That's
You're
all."
part of the reshoots.
Yeah,
but I'm drinking. But I'm talking about normies. I'm drinking out of a mug that says. I'm drinking out of a mug that says Wayne Industries. Yeah. I'm a comic book nerd.
I know.
What's significant?
As if there's an actual Wayne Industries.
I'm sitting there going, I don't know what, and because I saw people liking it.
What does Bruce smell like? Does he smell good?
And you know what? The only person who really got it, the only person I was like, "You get me," was my high school theater teacher. Posted underneath and it said, "You better be getting a Batmobile." And I went, "Thank you. You get it.
You get me."
Casey, just real quick.
I was just gonna say. Oh, go ahead, Tony.
Just like we've all got our ideas as to where this kind of sits right in the timeline. Maybe it's just them not really fussing on what came in the past with
maybe they're not giving a shit.
Or like the X-Men route, right? Like just go with it, guys. We're just soft rebooting it here. But Casey, you remember that script that you talked about, like how Henry would love to do the hopeful Superman set between BVS and
Then
Emma,
I'm gonna
like,
break out the
Man of
spray
Steel?
bottle.
Like, do you
Yeah.
think there's anything to it being
think
earlier in the timeline?
There's
Or
some dialogue in. If you know what it is that he says, there's some inference about where it is in the timeline that we can talk
Right.
about this after it comes out. But I don't want to say what it is that he says.
No,
to spoil
don't.
it.
You
But
better not say what it says, or I will end you.
That's what I was going off of, Tony. Like, it wasn't like my original idea. It was basically what he was pitching, and he said it like that, and I was like, yes, that would actually make sense, because a lot of people think, like, I like the 5-part arc, but to the general audience, they didn't spend much time with him personally, right? Because he was always in this world-ending shit, fighting everyone, even his friends sometimes. So it was always, they didn't have that, Clark in the field moment where you're spending on-screen time with him and getting to know him better. So I feel like that's exactly what he wants to do in that movie, like a solo movie just about himself, just about something smaller, grounded. There's no dark side shit, there's no Justice League shit. And if I think at this point he would, get that timeline wise, get that to this year or wherever the DCU is going forward. But if you actually want none of the dark side stuff or Justice League stuff, I think it would be wiser to put that movie between Man of Steel and BVS, not just because he can focus on himself and some things around him, but also because that could have a big impact on how people view BVS, because that could fill a lot of his character before that time and explain why, to the general audience, explain why he was so conflicted in that movie. And I think a lot of the stuff can be brought back just having put it between BVS and Man of Steel. You can even have Martian Manhunter or something, and the movie with Ben Affleck's Batman. Just
World's Fine.
Yeah,
World's Fine. Just saying. Saggy, you were gonna say something?
I was gonna say, I don't know what world I'm living in where fans are so pressed over a character wearing his iconic suit. Like, it couldn't be me, dog. Like, it really couldn't be me. I'm sitting like, bro,
it's the color of the
weirdest
suit. It's the color
thing.
palette of the suit. It's everything. Like, the goalpost.
Like,
just
I'm
keep on
watching a
going.
chat, and I love your chat, but I'm sitting there like, why are you guys arguing over a damn suit? He's coming back, which is what I thought people wanted, but it's like, this is
That's
why
what we
I have.
want.
This
I
is
don't
why I
care.
call it fake, man. This is why I call it fandom. It's like, y'all want your cake and eat it too, and you really can't. And I'm so sorry to break that news.
Hey, no,
to
but
you.
Saggy. Here's the thing, though. I
It's a
can't have my
suit!
cake and eat it too. I can have both suits. It's amazing. I can have my cake and eat it too.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
I
have
just
the
love the
tattoo right
character.
here.
I mean, Chris. I mean, seriously, Chris. You, the Superman guy. I got McFarlane's back here. I mean, but you're the
look
Superman
behind
guy.
him.
I know. Look fucking behind him, Chris. Do
Yeah,
you give a
he has
shit?
the black suit.
Chris. Here's the question: on hand to the Book of Rao.
Yeah.
Do you give a shit?
Last Vodka stream when Ray was on here, I was thinking, I was busy. I wasn't even at home. I was like, I want to jump on and say, fuck, who the fuck cares? Henry Cavill is back.
Exactly.
I don't fucking care what theme plays for like 5 fucking seconds. I don't care. The dude has a face. We've been
the dude has a head. He has a head.
He doesn't have a face. He doesn't anymore. It's a
Wait,
suit. It's all
did you just say you just said
Ray.
Well, Ray.
I thought you were working tonight, man. I thought you were working tonight.
I was working. I raced home. Like I was like, because it was just my luck. It's like, you know what, David Ayer's going to show up tonight, and I'm at work.
You said that on Friday's flight. I listened to you on the way home today from work. Yeah.
It's like you're enjoying it. He just name dropped you. I was like, or unless you were talking about Ray Porter. I don't think you were talking about Ray Porter, but yeah, just talking about that. It's just like, it's like, all right. So yeah, you're right.
Said that. there is one thing I agree with Ray, and I think Casey, is that when it comes time to his own movie, then I may have an issue with the John Williams thing.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
just
same here.
it's a continuation of your conversation from last week.
I think one
Yeah.
of the contextual things too that is important about framing, like what is this and what it means, that a lot of people don't grasp. I saw a lot of people saying like, "Oh, Henry wouldn't be back if it weren't for Zack Snyder's Justice League," and I think that's very true.
True.
Like you have because the taste people had in their mouth of him was from Justice League 2017, and people were like, "I don't want more of that." You know, the stock for the character was through the floor because of the mustache, and there's nothing exciting positioned for him. And then Zack Snyder's Justice League happened, and people were like, "Oh, I remember why I like this character again."
I know. I'm starting to get hypnotized.
It's all
by
compounded, yeah.
And
you want Henry Cavill. Hashtag Henry Cavill Superman.
And so no, I agree with you, Steven. I 100% agree with you. You're right.
I think the thing that's missing from that argument, though, that a lot of people really don't consider, especially the Snyder fans, were like, "We did this." It's like, yes, like this all happened because of like the fan campaigning, but the fact that people wanted more Henry Cavill was such a driving force in getting the Snyder Cut itself in the first place is almost always discounted. People don't realize how massive, especially at the beginning, the Cavill stands were at driving the Snyder Cut campaign, and that justice for Henry Cavill and Zach and release the Snyder Cut were one and the same. This is why I've always said, if WB were smart,
which they're not,
in February or January of 2018, they would have said Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill and just bulldozed a new Superman movie through with J.J. Abrams or whoever, and given you a not mustache removed Henry Cavill, and the Snyder Cut would have been dead in the water.
Yep.
But they said no, and you got and then Henry Cavill said, "I'm not going to do Shazam for a cameo. I'm not going to like," and so they couldn't get him in for these. They couldn't get him in for these bit parts because they wouldn't invest in him, so he wouldn't invest in them. And as a result, the only way to get more of him, or to get his face fixed, was release the Snyder Cut. And so so the fact that he's back is a victory for like everyone, not just one way or the other, but also like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You either get this or you get nothing. Like this, you get this, or it's a total reboot. I know there's some score shirts people who want all or nothing, but like if it's all or nothing, then you get nothing.
Yeah,
you're gonna get
also
nothing. So
February 2020 with Henry Cavill, it was so apparent that it was always a fight between the studio and Henry Cavill himself. Like,
oh my god,
February,
yes.
Big time.
They put out an article saying that Henry Cavill will have a presence in the DCEU, but in limited capacity with cameos and stuff. That was February 2020, and then right on Henry Cavill's birthday, they released the Black Superman article. That was like so obvious that it's coming.
They were trying to kill it. Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
Well, and just in retrospect, I'm not gonna lie. There is a part of me that is like, wow, you guys were just using that. It's weird how it's almost like they were using the Black Superman stuff as a token.
Yeah,
it really is.
That's why nobody wanted that. Not even people. I didn't want it. I was like, no, what the fuck are you gonna do that for?
Like, no, we want the Val. If you want to do the Val Superman,
yeah,
sure.
it was pandering.
I was fine with the Val Zod idea.
Yes.
The Michael B. Jordan Val Zod idea I was fine with, but the other idea was like, and they never got it off the ground. And it's like,
bring Milestone and just do Icon.
Of all of those,
I know, do Icon.
There you go.
The timing and nature of those announcements was it's really impossible to not be cynical about the reason why they were announcing them always. It's because it's like, I would love an Elseworlds or even a DCEU Earth 2 Black Superman or whatever. Like, that's all well and good. Do all the stories in whatever way you want to do them. But when you're positioning it as like, oh, here's how we're going to get around this thing. Once again, like what Dwayne the Rock just like put out there and finally just said, the other administration was being weird. It wasn't that they were so hyped about doing Black Superman, is that they were trying to find a reason
to say no.
Not do a Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Good, because listen, I don't want a black Superman. As a black person, I don't know who thought and was sitting there like, we need black Superman, and we're black. The black people love it. We're sitting here like, bro, what?
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Yeah. No, yeah.
If you're gonna do it, do it.
I don't even want Chinese.
They can do it. Like now, they can do it.
Yeah,
Now they can.
I never said we needed one. I wouldn't dismiss one if it happened, but I never wanted it to be pitted against, like either you get Black Superman or Henry Cavill. I never wanted that.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to
And,
be.
and not only that, they wanted
now
to
that
race
he's back.
Ben. They wanted to race Ben Clark Kent, and I'm like, why are you doing that when we have Al-Zad, when we have Calvin Ellis? Why are you? What?
Well,
there's
and
no
like I
need
always
to
said,
do
from an
that.
Elseworlds perspective, though, if you take Clark Kent's story, like if you say Black Superman lands in Kansas in the 70s, and he's raised by the Kents in Kansas, and then becomes a new fundamentally changes the way that his story, the optics on his story, in so many ways.
It has to.
That I think are absolutely fascinating to examine. But the thing is, once you do that, that is now your story. You can't do that and then just be like, oh, it's the same, but it's like, no, that is now the story. And
what is
and
it?
you and like, and if you're gonna do that, great, do that. That's awesome. I'd love to see that. Actually, I think that'd be really compelling to be like, how would he? Would he still be a journalist? What would his upbringing
that's
be
a
like
different
if he was
superhero.
actually rejected? He was rejected for reasons other than his powers.
It is different. It is different, Tony. You're right, but I do agree with Steven. And on there is a part of me that is intrigued to see that. But if you're asking me which one I want to see first, it's this.
Yeah. Right.
Like if I'm prioritizing.
It was funny that at that time when they were putting out that articles, Ray Fisher was also having a back and forth with WB, and he was calling out that, Black Superman, right? That stuff.
Yeah.
And it was funny how people were thinking that it was to suppress Ray, but instead it was this, back and forth with Henry.
It was Henry all along.
It's funny too, because the tweet that Dave just shared about Dwayne Johnson, he said one Superman. It was almost like a huge shot at that. They're telling you now one Superman.
That's how good Dwayne Johnson is too, by selling this shit. He's like, oh yeah, one Superman. He knows the buzzwords. This is why people are like, run for president, Dwayne, come on. But he's like, no. He's doing that whole thing.
Well, now that he's back, guys,
he knows that
with him being
the next
in
2 or 3
Black Adam,
presidents are gonna have a rough time. He's like, I don't want it. He's like, I'll be a president 4 terms from now, not the next 2.
Are we gonna get 2 or 3? No, that's a different conversation. Never mind.
Anyways,
are we gonna say Tony?
Yeah, let's not get it.
Let's not go down that road. No.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Now that he's back, and we know that he wants his own narrative. We know that he wants like a self-contained story where he can show what he wants to show. We know that we're diving into almost cameo territory and franchising, where you're going to have this guy versus that guy. So Henry, maybe he's back, but does he know what he signed up for? Like, he might not get that story he wants to tell.
I would argue that was all part of the contract negotiation.
Yeah, I don't think
he's going to get the story that he wants to tell.
Like if he was given a paper play, then he will be a risk. But
he would have been back in Shazam if that was the case.
Yes,
but,
I agree.
Right? Yeah. The fact that he held out until this says something, and also the other thing people need to remember also is that guys like Henry or whoever, even Zach, they'll put things out in the media about like Henry will say, oh, the story I really want to see is XYZ. And he does. I mean, he's invested in the character and stuff, but like also he'll fucking change his mind if he needs to.
Yeah.
Like he says what he needs to for the sake of the interview at the time, but he'd happily change his mind. It's like if it doesn't happen exactly the way he outlined it in that interview, he's not going to be like, oh, I was foiled in my attempt. He's just, so long as he's not steamrolled and kept out of the creative process, I think he'll be happy.
Right. And you gotta remember, when people talk about, it kind of goes back to what you were saying, Steven. Henry was difficult. Okay. I'm sorry. So a guy basically said, here's what I want. Here's what I think I'm worth. That's just called negotiations.
Yeah.
I'm sure the person who doesn't want to pay me more than I want to get paid is going to say that I'm difficult when I say, no, I want to get paid. And what was just the beauty of it was Warner Brothers was so inept that for 6 years, they couldn't do fucking shit with Superman
Exactly.
without Henry, which
Mhm.
just made Henry planting his flag in the ground. It's like it proved
Good on
Henry's
him.
point.
And they knew, and
it
his
proved Henry's
value.
point.
I feel
His
like they knew
value-
that
his
too.
value
The
kept going up.
Thanos, where does
His
that lead
value
you back
kept
to
going
me?
up.
And
I kept saying that. Like when he got cast in Mission Impossible, it was like, all right, that's like a next level shit. Then The Witcher, his value kept going up. And then the guy,
body of work,
when he posted a video of him in a tank top putting a damn computer together, how many fucking views did that get? How many?
Right.
There was like wet panties everywhere. My panties were wet for shit's sake. Anyways, go ahead, Ray.
Well, it's just you got to figure that on some level everybody at $7 just knew that, and there was just, I mean, 6 years they're just sitting there like just bide our time. Let's just let them hang themselves.
Who didn't know that were the people holding the keys to the next Superman
Exactly.
movie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The only
Yeah.
people who didn't know that in the world. Well, I should clarify the people owning the keys and the people who would just parrot whatever they said because of
Yeah.
I mean, the people that are
Henry's
still
back.
parroting what they're saying to this day, even though they're on their way out. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And
But-
to your point, Tony, like even the other actors like Ezra or Ben, they both have creative control, writing wise in their own movies
And Jason,
whatever.
they're all
And Jason.
like the
Jason
Flash
basically
story
said that he wrote an outline for the entire movie.
I know it's not the Grant Morrison, Ezra Miller script or whatever but Ezra still was heavily involved in the writing of the Flash script.
They fired directors because
Yeah.
Ezra said
Right.
no.
Yeah,
Mhm.
pretty
Wow.
much.
Yep.
But anyways, Tony, you got to take off.
I need to start a barbecue, but I will be in
Yeah.
the chat.
I'm on my way.
Well,
Okay.
and this is a good
What
time
time is
for
it
me
over
to
there,
bounce
Tony?
because I go
Coming.
to
It's like
soccer dad.
4:20.
It's
Oh, soccer
420.
tomorrow.
420,
420.
man.
Hey,
Yeah.
you got him.
It's 420.
Coming
man.
over.
Get out of here.
It's 4:20.
Hey.
4:20 in the morning.
420, blaze it.
Yeah,
I gotta
good
go
luck,
blaze
buddy.
up the barbecue right now.
All right.
You guys
What's
shrimp on
wrong?
that Barbie? I'm just asking. I'm just-
So,
No,
Oh, that was
Oh.
it's a low one.
you had to do it.
I
You
had to
do
be for
it.
Tony. I
That's
mean, come on.
racist, man.
Well, we got 1 out of 2. We do have a barbecue and an Aussie, so like.
There you go. All
Wouldn't be
right,
surprised.
Tony. Thank you for joining, man. Always good to see you and
Anytime.
talk to you.
Good to see you, lads. Can't wait
All
to
right, buddy.
see what happens next week. I'll be
Exactly,
tuning in.
man. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, everyone take care.
Take it
All
easy,
right.
buddy.
Take it easy.
Catch up.
See ya.
Yeah, and
I
I,
love
do.
that
I
guy's
seriously
accent.
does need, and I
Sorry.
do seriously need to go because I have to be up and leaving the house at 8 a.m. and it's 20 past midnight.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I'm
Too,
getting
huh?
text messages already.
Oh man.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. There we go.
Okay, it's okay with the conversation. We still got a good amount.
My headphones are dying, so I might have to leave soon too.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be a
One
short
of those nights, man.
Tony invite all of these people via DM or something.
I went into like get like a couple of
This is like,
emojis
yeah, when you're at
into
a
the
party
text
and someone's
messages.
like, I gotta go home, and then everybody else is like, yeah, I'm
Yep.
tired. And then like the next morning you see all the Instagram pictures of them at the other dude's party.
You all gonna be eating ribs with
I
Tony?
know.
You're gonna see a
Ben's gonna
picture?
start a new stream with everybody, right?
Yeah.
No, it's okay. If you guys have to go ahead. You know.
No, I
go.
wait until I get like 3
No,
mean
get out of here.
emojis.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Go
okay.
now.
It's okay. Ben's staying. Scott, you got to go.
No, I really do have to bounce.
Yeah.
So you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found, where we had an actual DC Squadcast episode this week
Yes, they did.
with news. So hang on out. We also recorded 2 episodes of Man of Steel scene by scene and 2 episodes of the Batman scene by scene. So really November's booked. But our next episode will be our review of Black Adam. So look forward to that. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And do not forget that technically tonight at 9 p.m. Central on Film Junkie Live, come join us while we discuss Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Be there. Your angel of death awaits.
Yes. Way to sell it,
done.
Scott. Love it.
Well done. There you go.
Yes, well done. It'll be a fun.
You always were a
stream.
loser, Chucky Saul.
All right, Scott. Thank you. Oh
Bye,
man.
Scott.
Oh, so good. So good.
Man.
God, so
bad.
good. But anyways, what are we talking about? Cavill? again, still.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I would think, because I know that Casey said something about when the movies should take place. Now, what kind of movie do you think that he's gonna do? Is it gonna be a team up or standalone, his own villain?
I think standalone, truthfully, and I'm basing that more off of the attitude that he's taken in the last 6 years with respect to that whenever he talks about the comics, he keeps bringing up like Superman for all seasons and certain runs. I'm thinking he's got solo movie in his head first for his next for sure.
Can you blame him? I mean, like his
No,
first
not
one,
at
Man of
all.
Steel. Second one
Exactly.
had Batman and Wonder Woman, and then just
That's true.
and then he's watching Wonder Woman get her own. Aquaman's getting it. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think that Brainiac is the most sensible.
Yes.
The most sensible, because that's the best way to, like, if you want to embrace Man of Steel, like if you don't want to make a Superman sequel that's like fuck Man of Steel, technically that's the origin, but like if you want to do the like, oh yeah, it's Man of Steel, just not whatever, is you do the Brainiac origin. And if you think about that, like Man of Steel and BVS have tons of Brainiac stuff in the background. With Krypton and the scout ship, and there's all like way more than people realize.
Yeah, you saw the three balls and the
What if
logo.
they retcon everything from all the way back from Man of Steel?
Yeah, but I don't think they're not going to retcon anything. I think that The Rock knows, like the fact that
Man of
Henry is
Steel
back.
It was in a promo.
That will be a dangerous game to play.
No,
You're right.
here's the thing: is like Henry Cavill is back, and that is in and of itself is embracing. That is a rejection of the we need to get rid of Man of Steel and BVS narrative.
Yeah, there will be no hard reboot. That's not happening.
And so
Not yet.
So I think that like you look at, like, for example, the Codex. You look at like what Brainiac does. He's gonna want that. He's gonna want the Kryptonian with the Codex, right? Like you can bring all that stuff back in a way that like really embraces. Well, I missed it.
I know I missed it too because
he just said that I said there will be no hard reboot, and he's like, not yet.
Not yet.
Well, there's other conversations.
Not yet. Oh, did he say it all slimy? Did he say it all slimy? Like, you know, not yet.
My boys, I need to get going.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Well, thank you for joining, Taggy. As always a delight. Go ahead and
Thanks
promote
for
yourself.
having me. I do
see you on
YouTube
Twitter
or something.
Spaces. Sorry.
See my Twitter Spaces making the internet angry. I mean, I'm everywhere. So Saggy Melon's chilling here, even though Dave's little guy is blocking my Instagram, which I don't really use anyways. It's fine.
No.
But no, thank you for inviting me. This is fun, even though I spent the last few moments in the chat hanging out with the cool people, yelling at people in your chat. It's fun. It's always a good time.
Fun. Yeah, there's been some madness in the chat tonight, I've noticed. So, yeah.
I love it. I love the madness. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Nice to meet you, Chris. And you guys enjoy. If I don't see you before you guys get to see Black Adam, enjoy. I hope it's everything you guys want it to be. And I hope that Henry Cavill's appearance is more than just 20 seconds. Because if it is,
Wow.
I feel so sorry for y'all because it should be more than 20 seconds, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's less.
Yeah, it's way less.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's less.
all right,
Yeah,
bye.
probably. Bye.
Oh, that's funny. It's like 20 seconds. Who said 20 seconds? I was like, whoa, shit. No,
I think that's the weird thing about this whole situation too, because I'm still like, I'm more positive on it than I was. I'm still pretty lukewarm on Black Adam, and even with most of the early reactions to me, the general response is very like, this is just an MCU style, like, oh, this sells the character, and it's got big universe implications because it brings back Cavill, and like all of that stuff is exciting. I like the idea of Black Adam being in the universe. I like the idea of Cavill being back, but like I don't think anybody really gives a shit about the movie itself and what they're selling here. They're not even
That's
trying to
what I
sell the
kept
movie.
asking.
They're
That's
selling
what I
Black
kept
Adam,
asking on
the
my
character, and they're selling Superman is back. And you know what? That's not like. Those are not the
marketing
ways
now,
that I would like for these movies to be made or marketed, but it's a hell of a lot more exciting than anything else that has happened in this universe.
Well, wasn't like an interview? Sorry, Ray, but wasn't like an interview? Was it with one of your guys at Screen Rant? Should I take a drink? Wouldn't like, didn't he go like, didn't he say something during the interview? I don't know if it was screenwriter or somebody else. He goes, hey, did you, what about that end credit scene? Like Dwayne Johnson brought it up. Like the interview didn't bring it up. Dwayne Johnson brought it up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, then you get to that Jimmy Fallon bit where like Jimmy Fallon's like,
yes.
isn't that back? And it's like, all right, they're just lean into it, and I'm okay with it.
I like the fact that he's always emphasizing that it's an end credit, so people already know that it's gonna be an end credit scene that is not part of the movie, so they don't go.
The big thing about this,
they don't leave disappointed thinking, oh well, I didn't see Henry in the movie. So
I know, like Enosh and I both in past weeks have been like really ragging on the like that they're using this to sell the movie, and I'm still not that super high on that either, but there's something about I made a big shift this week where up until this point The Rock has been very like bravado Rock and all hyping up the Superman versus Black Adam stuff, and then he gets into these interviews at the beginning of this week and he drops the Rock persona and he's Dwayne Johnson, right? And he's saying, well, no, look, we're taking this stuff seriously. These characters matter, the fans matter. And he's saying all that stuff, and that's awesome. But what really gave me confidence about with that is there's a humility there that what he hasn't said outright is, I know I'm hyping up Black Adam as what I said about him using Black Adam to get Superman back in the universe and how he's playing heel, like he's turning the DCU into he's making Black Adam play heel to Superman. Which, what does the heel do? The heel is for the what do you call them? The main attraction, right? The heel is not the attraction. The heel hypes up the other guy. And so when he gets into these interviews and he's like, no, look, here's what we're actually doing. We're actually embracing these characters. And what that told me is, oh, wait, all of that, like, oh, The Rock is coming for you, Superman, is really, that's a really humble thing of him to do. This is Dwayne Johnson laying down his movie to get Superman back into the DCEU. And there's a level of like, he knows what he's doing. He knows that like the movie's important, the character's important and all that. And it's not that he half-assed that or anything, but he knows Superman is more important than Black Adam.
And also he knows
he's gonna benefit the most out of this whole thing. That's
exactly.
He doesn't mind playing second fiddle to Superman because he knows whatever comes out of whatever movie is gonna be made, it's gonna be with $7 production. Whatever sequel that is made, whether it's a team up or whatever it is gonna have Black Adam in there.
But like also the only time he drops all of the like Black Adam versus Superman stuff as a hype machine in the interviews, because what he'll say when he prior to this moment, he'd be hyping up the like, oh, what's Superman's weakness? Magic. And what is Black Magic? And like that's all good.
Even
but then when he gets into the interview, he doesn't say this explicitly, but he's like, look, I know Superman is a more important character than Black Adam. I know that he's more important to the universe. I know he's stronger. I know people care about him more. And I'm only doing that show to add some sizzle to the steak. But because all the people are like, does he realize Black Adam's not that important or whatever? It's like, yes, he does. He's just playing his part. And then when he drops the mask, he's like, well, no, look, this is what we're doing. And I really, really, really appreciate that level of honesty, which is the same level of honesty where he says, like, look, we're fixing past mistakes from
okay. See, and that's where like when it comes to, because I've seen this sentiment, you know, and I haven't seen what you and Enosh have like exclusively said about this whole hyping Superman thing, Stephen, but I have seen the sentiment since the New York premiere of, like, I responded to a tweet. Somebody was like, you know, criticizing that he just turned it into a, hey, check out this super cameo for the movie. And it was a complaint about how, you know, if studios do studios want to spoil the whole thing just so that they can get the big grosses at the box office? And it turned into this thread of criticism for the move of pivoting the marketing towards Superman. And I saw a comment in the middle of it that just kind of fried me immediately. Somebody that was like, well, Sony didn't have to reveal Toby and Andrew for Spider-Man No Way Home. And here's the problem. This goes into the criticism of criticizing this move is the MCU is in a position where they don't have to do that.
But
Like you already know.
Opening night, go in and there's a line outside of the theater, wrapping around the theater before that movie is shown. Ask every single person, what are you most excited for in this movie? And they're going to say, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, not Tom Holland. They're there for Tom Holland, sure, but like people knew that movie was going to be. That movie was big because of them, and people knew
Not
that
even
ahead of time.
that,
Like
they knew the leak. Like people were cheering for the leaked scene when it came on the screen.
Right, but specifically to the criticism of why is The Rock pointing to this? Why is the marketing turning? Why are they marketing Superman and revealing that in a Black Adam movie? It's because The Rock understands that due to the past mistakes of this regime, this is still very much damage control.
Very much.
Very much so.
And then at the same time, too, sorry, go ahead, Ray.
And lest we forget, what was one of the biggest problems with the marketing for Justice League before we knew it was Justice League? Nobody knew knew Superman was in the movie.
Yeah.
And this is like an answer to that. Like,
but what Dwayne Johnson knows too is like, okay, all right, no, I can't sell Black Adam to the public, obviously. I mean, I think it got to a point where it's like that. And so I could sell this Superman thing, and then I could sell the idea that future, like after a few movies, we can actually have a big, huge showdown. I could build up to that. And this whole idea, I mean, the whole idea, like, I mean, I don't know, even though my, came from Grace, maybe, your girl, Casey. Anyways, but like when, she was talking about like, like talking about like this whole thing of like having like teams go up against teams. It's like, and you have not just two teams going up against each other. You got 3 teams maybe that are just like, hey, we got to do it. And I'm just kind of going like, okay, even Dwayne Johnson, when he talks about, when he's gotten the question about going to Marvel and he's like, nope, not about Marvel. We're not chasing the Marvel machine. We're doing our own thing. So what has Marvel not done? Hey, maybe if we have this big, huge movie that has a team and a team and a team that could be just absolutely crazy. And they can maybe even spread it over, 2 movies, 2 big movies too. It's like, Zaslav and WBD know they can't. I mean, the Marvel machine is just producing. There's a factory. It's producing shit. And if you watch the season finale of She-Hulk, they actually kind of tapped into that. I don't know if anybody watched that. You should watch it because of what was talked about with the fourth wall. But I mean, they're doing that. So it's like, all right, what does DC have to do? All right, pump in as much. Less. Obviously, less is more. Not quantity over quality. It's quality over quantity. Pump more in, into what you can, do, and not just be like, boom, boom, boom. We got to produce. As of right now, but maybe in the future they can maybe get to that point. I don't know.
Somebody asked Hiram Garcia that question, like, what would the showdowns, be like? Like, would it be 30 seconds? Would it be one whole movie? What is it going to be like? I liked his answer where he was like, it will be, one fight, but it would be an ongoing thing. So from that, what I got was like, they are going to have the ideological battle first. And, it's going to be the, battle of their, philosophy. And that's why they would be fighting. It was kind of like what BVS did, but I feel like this is going to be more long-term, 2-3 movies, and they would have respect for each other at the end of the fight or whatever, but still not agree with each other. So I feel like that's a really good thing to, for lack of a better term, drag on for years.
Well, and they've been saying all the right things over the that whole thing where he's like, we don't want to be Marvel, we want to be DC. I don't want to take a bite out of their apple. I want to grab a new apple. It's like, really,
thank you.
Everything that so many of us have been saying for the last however many years, when everybody's like, oh, well, they need to just get their own Kevin Feige, they need to copy the gold standard, all that bullshit. And just to hear
who is the only other person willing to say anything along those lines. Not that because even Zaslav said, like, we're going to follow we're going to build a Marvel style, which I don't even think necessarily says we're going to follow the Marvel model.
I think he wants the success, not the style.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But everyone else always has been, even when with like BVS marketing and stuff, they've always leaned into that, like, oh, this is just like Marvel, but it's not, like, been chasing that. like the only other person to explicitly like say in interviews DC needs to do its own thing
Yes.
that I can recall is Zach. Right? He's the only person
Right?
that said DC needs to do its own thing. Everybody else, they won't say like we need to copy Marvel, but there's always that like kind of they'll dance around the issue and be like, well, they've been really successful over there, and you know that they're having those conversations in the back room where they're like, how do we get that same success? And that's where all the hope and optimism and stuff came from around the time of Justice League when those things started being talked about. And so here's the thing about Dwayne Johnson is that he 100% is going to want to try to emulate what Marvel has done. So when he says that, he's not necessarily rejecting that so much as he understands the importance of being of not being a chaser.
Yes.
So like he's looking at that and he's like, okay, look, Marvel was successful and we can do something similar, but he's going to at least give lip service to, well, no, we're DC and we do things differently. And like that's all that was ever needed to be done. And everything, I don't know if you were here when I said this, Ray, but that he's like the first person that I can think of to on the record say like the people who were here in the previous regime screwed up.
Oh, he flat out said, I saw that clip.
And there's so many fans who felt gaslit for years who like, it doesn't even matter if you give I mean, to some people it does, but it doesn't matter if you give a carbon copy of like the Zack Snyder plan moving forward. They just wanted somebody to say, you're not crazy. It's not like,
yes,
we screwed up.
Yeah. That's why Zack Snyder liked the Vera post of Vera. That's exactly why he did.
No, but
also that tweet that said corrected. That said corrected on the the re-released trailer. That's why it meant something because nobody does that. Like
that's true.
We've never.
That is true.
I still don't like the. I still don't like the shot they put in there. I'm like,
it's not like he. It's not like it was. Sorry.
Everybody's got that friend who will like go to like the ends of the earth to avoid admitting they were wrong. Right, who they say something ridiculous, and they'll be like, "Well, I was actually right if you think about it." And it's like that's what DC has been, and what WB has been for ever since Justice League came out. And they're like, "Well, actually, if we like," and they've got all the reasons, and then it's just refreshing to have somebody say, "Well, no, that was the wrong approach."
Yeah,
that was the wrong approach.
Totally.
We're going to do it differently going forward. It's like, thank you. Stop acting like we're crazy for thinking that was an atrocity.
You feel vindicated after hearing The Rock saying all those things.
The last 72 hours have been incredibly vindicating for a lot of DC fans with respect to the rhetoric and things that have been admitted, things that have been said, and who knows, it could all just be lip service. But for right now, it is indeed the PR that we've been desperately searching for with respect to Warner Brothers and DC.
And also look at this is in direct contrast to all the leaks that have come out since Walter Hamada was going to leave the company about, well, look at all these plans that we had. And, and the Zack Snyder stuff was thwarting our plans. And then The Rock comes out and just decimates all of that by being like, no, those plans sucked. We're doing
this pissing contest that that like the old regime and the new regime have been having with the trades and the scoopers
deadline everyone
pissed all over that,
and you can't tell me that Issa Rae bullshit wasn't part of it too, because I think it was personally. But and
then here's the craziest part about it too is that if you remember after Batgirl, Walter Hamada, who like was on the way out the door anyway, was like, well, that's it.
I'm gonna quit.
I'm gonna
get out of here,
I'm putting my foot down.
And everybody was like, no, what's the? Oh no, wait,
don't go.
And then he's like, well, I've decided I'm gonna stick around until Black Adam.
Don't let the door hit you.
I'm gonna stick around until Black Adam because I have faith in that and I want to show support on the way out or whatever. And then here comes Dwayne Johnson at the Black Adam premiere, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, no, those guys were idiots.
These guys stupid."
Oh no, you're not taking credit for this one.
No.
How many times did they bring to the table? It's like, hey, we need to build up if I'm gonna be Black Adam and we're gonna like do this, we need to build up a Superman showdown. It's happened. It's happened in the books. It's happened. Everything like that. Like, and they said no. And they said no. How do you say no to Dwayne Johnson and Superman?
It was so
How
funny that
petty can you get?
And it's
funny that he said, let me say this again. For 6 years, I've been
He
asking.
did repeat himself. Yes.
And
He totally
they said,
did. Yes.
and then they said no, and now they're gone.
And that's basically also, not only is he saying like that the past administration made mistakes, but it's also basically confirmation of this was always a political decision.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yes.
It's him openly saying like this had nothing to do with how good Cavill is as Superman. This had everything to do with something that outside of this, that they had some kind of vendetta, some kind of a political purpose in keeping Cavill out of here, and that was impacting our ability to do our thing. And now that's no longer a problem, so we're gonna do our thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, and what I love about that, Steven, is I love that is just, that smacks all the anti-Snyder cultists in the face, because all the people that have been telling us for the last couple of years that, oh no, the general audience rejected Henry Cavill Superman. They don't want him.
Yeah.
They want a reboot. Bullshit.
Mr. Handman. And that's why I keep on coming back to The Rock just destroyed years of gaslighting.
Totally
years
did.
and years and years
But
of gaslighting.
before we continue, Ben does need to leave now.
Yeah, I already got the.
I saw you look off to the side, and I was like, "Yep." And then he set the mic.
Yeah.
All right,
Ben,
Ben.
guys. Dang, it's such a good live stream tonight too.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. Love you guys.
All right.
Take it easy, man.
Little Anarchy. Subscribe.
Yeah, you
all
go.
that.
Yeah, everybody knows me.
Hey, thank you for
I'm a
quote
big
tweeting me.
deal.
I know that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, I never agree with
look
Ray,
at that.
but I was like, shit, he's right. All right, guys.
All right.
Peace.
Take it easy.
Oh, what are you oh, wait. I'm staying.
Dude, that was almost as good as when Amanda scared the shit out of Steven that one time.
She's eating pastries, so I could stay here for a little bit longer.
Oh, cool.
All right, cool.
Well, no, you
How are
got
you
to
gonna
go.
do now?
You said bye. You got to go.
No, take it back.
So I've been watching The Rock interviews, obviously, just like you all. But in one of the interviews, someone actually missed out on asking the Superman question, and he himself was like, at the end, he that I think it was Screen Rant's channel, and they were ending the interview with the question, the movie's awesome and all that stuff, and The Rock is like, let me ask you one question. What did you think about the end? And I was like,
That's why I brought that up. I was like, "What the hell?" Like
that sounds like something that would happen with Screen Rant.
He asked that question when they did that fan screening, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We one of the ones that's like, oh, everybody's talked about that. We don't need to ask about that one because literally everybody else is going to ask that question.
Dwayne Johnson is, obviously he's a hype man, and he's a businessman and everything. I mean, I think it's gotten to the point now. It's like, all right, as we get closer, and he knows, obviously, him and his team knows that it leaked and people have seen it. So they 100% know. So now he's going, all right, now we just lean into it. Because we're going to get future movies where we build up, and he wants to be Thanos in the DCU, I think.
Yeah.
I think he wants to be the Thanos.
I don't even think he wants
I don't think he's going to be, I don't think he wants to be Thanos. I think he wants to be a presence. I think he wants to be a presence. I think
that is something that I felt prior to his recent interviews from the spectacle of the pre-release stuff. But once he sits down in a chair and you drop the whole like the hierarchy of power is about to change thing, and he's like, well, no, look, this is really about giving the fans what they want, and he says like he knows Superman and Darkseid, and that is all way bigger than him. But in order to what position is he in to have influence? Well, he's got Black Adam, and so he's going to take Black Adam as far as he can. But I don't think he's going to like make Black Adam into the Thanos.
Yeah, I think he just want to be included. He just want to be part of the party when the shit pops off.
Yes, I think he's like, because and people were speculating like where he's going to be at the end of the movie, and I think he's going to be anti-hero at the end of the movie, and he's gonna toe the line. I don't think he's ever going to go full evil with respect to like the Thanos. I don't think he's going to do that.
I think the
so
Thanos
personally.
he just wants to fight Darkseid. I think he wants to.
That too. He wants to fight
Here's
Superman and Darkseid.
Yeah,
Here's
he
a
wants to
really
be there.
interesting thing that I think is also worth pointing out, which is we've danced around this a lot specifically, but going back to like the Comic-Con and the booing and that type of thing with like Dwayne Johnson is a salesman, he's a frontman, he knows what he's doing. You look at all the company he's got Terramina, he's
okay, now I gotta go.
All right.
They've got.
All right, thanks, Ben. Talk to you later, Ben.
XFL. He's got Zoa. He's got $7. I mean, he's
forgot about
he's a like a business guy, and so he knows sales, and so also with his wrestling background, like I said earlier, he knows possibly better than anyone else in the world, like how to get boos or cheers from a room. In order to do that, you have to know, like in sales, one of the lessons, or even as in law or debate or whatever, they teach you this also. But there's a huge principle of like, don't ask a question you don't already know the answer to.
Right.
And so like if you're in sales, you're trying to sell something on someone, you don't say something like, "Man, couldn't you use an umbrella?" And then they're gonna be like, "Well, no, I've already." And then you're like, "Oh, well, now I have nothing." Right? Like you have to know what the reaction is going to be before you do it. And so that's how he gets the booze in Hall H, because he knew that was what he's gonna get, and he knew that would serve his purpose. That's really, really, really important, because when he talks about like what the fans want, and he talks about all of this stuff, you have to understand that this is not just a matter of him hyping and selling something. This is a matter of him. He knows what he's tapping into. And he might not be, he's not explicitly tapping into like the Snyder fandom stuff. He's not saying like restore the Snyderverse and all of that. But in order to like going back to Hall H, in order to get those boos, you don't do that without walking into the room knowing, if I say Henry Cavill is not currently Superman, people will boo me. If I put Henry Cavill in the Black Adam post-credit scene, people will cheer me. And so everything that he's saying and doing isn't just things that are like, yes, maybe those are his perspective, but also they are things that he knows is what the buying power, the audience support is behind all of these things. And so when we're talking about like what does the audience want, what is the direction of the universe, what has support, what doesn't have support, this is all very, very, very key. He is not saying these things ignorantly. He's not making the case for these things. He is giving words to the demand that is actually out there for Superman, etc. And so even though I keep on hedging, like this doesn't mean Snyderverse, doesn't mean all these other things, the significant, like, look at what he's done, and like for example, him saying I tried to get Superman in there for 6 years. You cannot tell me that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson does not look at Zack Snyder and think, "Good on you, man.
Yeah,
good job making that movie happen,
making that brand, putting his name on it, Only 2 people, well, 3 people, I guess, have been able to cut through the Warner Brothers bullshit with DC in the past couple 20 years, and that's Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder, and then now Dwayne Johnson, right? Right. Is being able to cut through the machine and the politics and the BS and make their vision happen. I'm just gonna say this right.
Big deal.
I'm gonna say this right now. Dwayne Johnson, bringing back Cavill. Watch him bring back Ryan Reynolds as Green Lantern. I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right now.
They're buddies.
You know what?
They're buddies.
You know what? See, and this is the fun part. The fun part is that now that something like this happens, and it's going to be even more fun after we see the movie, is like we're going to have fun speculating now on what, because now there's the possibility. Now before it was, we were worried about the gaslighting, and now it's like, okay, no, there's somebody in there that actually is saying what we are saying and is like championing what we have been championing, and now it's like, okay, well, how far can this go? That would not surprise me, Dave. Seriously, I mean, I don't see how, like, to pull this off, especially to play a 6-year waiting game and pull this off. You know,
And then for the people out there that might be like, what about Jon Stewart? I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if he could pull that off too. And he'd be like,
not
hey,
Kevin Hart. Not Kevin Hart.
Not Kevin Hart. I would actually hope that he would actually.
Kevin Hart.
Oh, wait a minute. We had this whole like big hoopla when it came to Wayne T. Carr. Maybe it's time to give this boy, this guy, like, let's give him like this guy, let's give him.
Or
like,
look at Ray Fisher.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people say like they don't know what Zaslav is going to do with that. If there's look at somebody who is in a position and has a perspective that would align with mending things. Like, you can't tell me The Rock doesn't know the PR benefit that they would get from mending things. Like, look, imagine Dwayne Johnson and Ray Fisher shaking hands in front of the DC logo. Like, you can't tell me he doesn't know the importance of that.
Yes.
Just to remind everyone, they both tweeted in a fun way during the Snyder Cut time. It was Ryan and Rock.
That is
So
true.
they-
Well, like I said, these guys, of anybody else in Hollywood, I don't know of many other people who would like really, really, really be down with like the hijacking that Zack Snyder pulled off with getting Zack Snyder's Justice League out there. I'm sure I turned a lot of heads, but you got to believe Ryan Reynolds and Dwayne Johnson were like, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, but because they seem just like they love that social media hype.
Oh yeah.
They love to jump on that. And Zack and the Snyder cut, that really was a social media hype.
Right.
And so they would absolutely be drawn to that type of thing.
As we now know, he's always on social media every day. The Rock, like, he's looking at what the fans are saying.
I mean, I don't know if The Rock is like the guys in Prestige. I mean, The Rock is two identical people. Like, there's like, you look at his travel schedule.
Everywhere.
There's a team of people running and they just put him in front of the camera for 5 seconds and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm making a video," and then the team, like, there's like 40 people that make up The Rock. Like, there's no, like, you look at everything that he does and it just doesn't make, his workout alone doesn't make sense in the time-space continuum.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of time that he spends like in the gym.
It doesn't make sense that
it's only possible.
He and his entire family caught COVID last year.
Yeah.
And it was like nothing. There was just like,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
Just,
Or maybe it was hell, but the fact of the matter is that they have such a tight grip on their image and that they're able to make it look that way.
Yeah.
And so, like, he's very much The Rock is a persona, but I mean, there's a huge team of people making that persona happen, and his job is just to be the front man of the Rock Industries, right? And make all that happen, but not to take credit away from him. So much as to
$7.
say, like,
$7 production,
$7?
and
I love that he named his production company that because, anyways, sorry.
The Rock Industries sounds cool.
Well, everyone remember what I tweeted back in November, maybe, of 2019, was that Danny Garcia needs to realize that the only way to get, the best way to get, like he will not. That's something like Cavill won't be back until Garcia realizes that Zack Snyder's Justice League is the best route to make that happen. And not that this is all predicated on them, like, Zack Snyder's not arm in arm with Dwayne Johnson right now, and not that this is even going to happen. I'm not even segueing this into like, this gives me hope for. I don't care. It'd be awesome, and I hope it happens. That'd be great. It's more about the spirit of the idea, so much less so than he's gonna bring Zack back. I don't want to make that argument, but because for a long time Danny Garcia was reportedly kind of buying into we need a more hopeful, optimistic Superman. Zack took him in the wrong direction. Zack wasn't the right image for what Superman is, but when he talks about and she posted about it too, 6 years in the making.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot convince me that they don't sees Zack as more as more influential in helping Superman come back than anybody else. He was more helpful to them than Hamada, than Emmerich, than John.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, Stephen, if perhaps seeing the movie, perhaps she's one of those people whose minds changed after the movie was seen, because I'm still seeing this divide, and you see it a lot on Twitter, where like you see this idea that, you know, you're judging Snyder's interpretation of Superman in a vacuum with the classic interpretation, and people are completely ignoring and or forgetting that what happened with Superman from Man of Steel to Zack Snyder's Justice League was a deconstructionist journey that has now ended and is now moving forward. It was never supposed to be a case. We were never supposed to look at that version of how Henry Cavill was playing the character and go, well, it's supposed to be like BVS throughout. Like that's how he's always going to be. No, he was always supposed to evolve. That was Zack's plan. He was not going to stay in
the foundation. Let the directors do what they want. Yeah.
Right. And maybe she needed to see, you know, because so many people, you know, we heard this last year. So many people that watched Zack Snyder's Justice League were like, "Oh, now I get it. Okay, I understand where they were going." Maybe she needed to see that.
Maybe. I'm also cynical enough to believe, though, that I don't think she gives a shit about her perspective on the movie. I think her opinion on the matter is going to be entirely driven by response and reception of other people. So I don't think she's going to watch it and say, I think this or that about Superman. She's going to look at it and say, how did the audience react? What do people
So then maybe she saw the audience react. Right. Maybe she saw the audience change their minds and go, oh, okay.
That's far more likely that than her changing her own mind on the art. Because she's a numbers person. She's even if she thought it was the greatest thing ever, BVS was polarizing, and that's not what they wanted for him. Doesn't matter if she liked the movie or not. They were like, that's not the route to making Cavill the figure we want to make him in, as his agents, as his production company. But when that perspective on Cavill shifts, like they know who he is and who likes him and where the influence lies in him becoming Superman again, and there is no way on earth Cavill comes back in a movie that is a spiritual rejection of what Zack Snyder established with the character. It doesn't mean it's going to be a continuation from like picking up from the black suit shirt rip, but it is going to embrace the ethos of the Snyder version. There's no way it doesn't after.
One of the reasons why that was also the case, that, you know, a lot of people changed their minds after seeing the movie, was prior to that, it was this fight between Snyder's vision and Justice League 17, right? And when people saw that Justice League 17 had hopeful Superman, and all the hype that Zack's been building about the Snyder Cut was always this: it's dark, it's bloody, it's R-rated, it's, you know, it's metal, it's this, that, and Steppenwolf kills, he's a spiky fucker and all that stuff, right? And Superman is badass and all. So I think people were thinking, okay, so because Zack never said that, oh, so in my movie Superman is going to be hopeful, he's going to be good, the, you know, Wonder Woman scene is going to be hopeful and all that. He was always,
well,
you know,
he said, oh, there's no jokes in this movie, and the movie comes out, it's fun. It's funnier than Whedon's movie.
And people were assuming
it's vastly funnier than Whedon's movie.
And people were just assuming that, okay, maybe Zack just doesn't want the hopeful Superman that we last saw, right? So that was their thinking. But after seeing the movie for themselves, they were like, no, it's not just the dark stuff. There's a lot of good in this.
It's actually a lot funnier than the Justice League.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're just talking about. Well, remember the night that we had a Vodka stream and we were talking about this, and we had Mario Robles. Come on. He was always like a big detractor when it came to Snyder's Superman. And then when he watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, he came on and he went, oh, he's like, I get what Snyder was trying to build up to, because the Superman that I saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League, that's the Superman I was hoping for. Yeah. He was just trying to build up to that.
Well, and he's like, and I love what we got so much in Justice League, and I now recognize that version of the character would not be possible without the journey from Man of Steel to BVS.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so now
Well,
I
people like
appreciate what
BBS
Man of Steel
more,
was doing because
yeah.
it's essential to
Oh yeah, BBS is my
no,
Empire Strikes Back.
that moment that,
yeah.
that now flies the two fathers, the
Oh, God.
conflicting fatherhood messages that are presented in Man of Steel, uniting to say "Fly, son," in Zack Snyder's Justice League, only matters because you go through that crucible of Man of Steel, and then must there be a Superman and all of that in BVS, and then you get to this moment. It's so much more triumphant because of that. And a lot of people, I think, got there and they're like, "Oh, this hits me," and it only hits me because possibly even stronger than for people who loved those movies, because that's the moment where all the conflict they felt about those other movies was suddenly released.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a bigger triumph, you got to really get dragged through the mud. Like,
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that was the whole point. And so now that's the thing, and that's the biggest thing that I say. I wrote a piece about this yesterday on Flightcast. The whole thing about the whole suit argument of black suit versus the color suit, and it's like this is part of the evolution. Where he goes with this character now is going to be more hopeful. It's going to be, I mean, even for those of us that have watched the scene, because I'm impatient, and also on top, it wasn't just that I'm impatient, but also that I didn't want that in my head when I was watching the movie. I didn't want 2 hours of trying to digest this Black Adam movie, and in the back of my head I'm going, is he in the fucking movie? Is he in the movie? Is he in the movie?
Yeah.
I wanted that settled. And it needed to be more than a screenshot. I needed to see it. So I found it, and I've seen it a few times. And so, but it's like, even for those of us that have seen it, as brief as it is, and yes, it is less than 20 seconds. It is significantly less than 20 seconds. You still get, even in the briefest of windows with what he says and his tone, you get the impression, okay, no, he is definitely a more fuller formed version of the character, just in that 5 to 10 seconds that we're going to see next week, than he was in his development stages in the Zack Snyder trilogy.
And it's a version of the character that depends on a lot of the development that he went through.
Yes.
I don't want to get too much into it because it's not, I don't want to overstate it even, but it acknowledges I don't know, I'm not gonna say anything more than that, other than like it is not the hope is like your car keys Superman.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
no, it isn't.
That's what I was relieved to see, that what it was not. It was not a rebooted, goofy, shitty.
It absolutely.
There's nothing about
is,
the way he's presented, other than maybe the color of the suit, which it's the Superman colors of the suit.
Right.
So like, how are you going to criticize that?
Right.
There's nothing about the way he's presented in the movie in terms of dialogue and tone of the scene or anything that says we need to fix his image with the general audience.
Right.
Yeah. You guys got a point, because now thinking about it now, he felt like that strong, confident Superman that was at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League, the one that took the axe hit. He felt like that.
Yes.
That presence.
Well, not just
I won't
that,
say anymore, but the presence
journey,
of it.
If you think about have we all seen it?
Yep.
I have seen it.
I'm just gonna type it in the
leak clip. Yeah.
I'm gonna type it in the private chat. I'm not gonna say it for spoilers,
okay.
but
Kristen, have you seen the leak clip?
Oh, too many times.
Okay, fair enough. I don't feel bad.
I was alone earlier. I had some lotion.
Dude, I
took my phone to my wife, like, what? But she doesn't care about spoilers. She's like, what?
I'm not gonna lie. I sought it out. Like I got home. I was like, where is it? I gotta find it. I gotta see it.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about it is like it was like the night of, which was Wednesday.
Steven, I agree.
I did Film Chucky live, and I was totally like, is it going to leak tonight? And I kept searching during my live stream, and then I saw Jose. He goes, "Oh, it's on TikTok," but I was like, "All right," but I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet. And then it just like I went to bed that night not seeing it. And then all of a sudden I woke up the next morning and I had messages going, "You want to see it? You want to see it?" It was like, one of those things. And then I was like, all right, I'll see it, and then I watched it, and I was like, I can't wait to see this on the big screen. I'm like so fucking excited to see this on the big screen. Like, even though I know I already have, but just seeing this,
With
I want
with an
to.
audience.
Excited.
Yeah,
With an audience.
and Stephen, without directly indicating what you sent, I will say this: if that is as much connection as we have, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Like that's why I drew a distinction between like you look at it's the fact that in Justice League the 2017 they were so nervous about his previous portrayal that they willingly put his jacked up face on there first thing you see, and have that whole like hope is like your car key stuff is such a clear like we need to pivot this character, and then like I believe in truth, I'm a big fan of like all that stuff that is not this guy at all.
No, it isn't.
It's borderline a rejection of that. This version of the character only fits with one of those.
And I hear
the hope is like your car
and I hear you on not wanting to like oversell it or overstate it, because we've only seen it in leaked form. We're gonna see it in real form next week, and it's not that long, right? It's like 5 to 10 seconds, but there's still enough there that gives you this indication that we're having with respect to how they're treating this and how he wants to treat this. And quite honestly, I what I'm really excited about is, all the speculative stuff aside, I can't wait for the stories, because he's going to get on that podcast with Horowitz on the 26th, a couple of days later. And Horowitz is already teasing it like we're going to have a lot to talk about, because he'd seen the movie already. And all of that, I want to hear what he has to say about the last 6 years, because he's going to say it. I want to hear what The Rock has to say, more what after the movie releases. I cannot wait for all the tea. All of the tea from the last 6 years.
And the fact that interview with Horowitz is going to be happening after. I mean, like, my God.
He announced that interview with Horowitz.
It almost seems like, is this planned or
planned?
Cavill's just going to come out and be like, oh, and by the way.
To me, that was because it wasn't like known for sure yet. It was still, people were like, it sounds like it, but I don't know. When the second I saw that interview booked, I checked the date on it, and I was like, there we go. He did it.
I was like, it's gotta be.
That's done. And I'm excited for that, because I don't know. There's a lot, like, you look at what the Rock is saying, and Cavill is going to be polite to everybody. Like, he's not going to throw anyone. He's going to say nice things about whoever he's asked about. But I'm very curious about what he says about the past 6 years and his experience with.
See, Steven, you bring up a good point too. Is like, because obviously there's been some other scoopers out there that keep on going like, oh yeah, Cavill wants Johns, he wants all this stuff like that. It's like, Cavill just wants to play Superman again. Okay, that's all. That's what he wants to do. This whole thing about like pushing, the Johns back into the whole mix and shit like that again, and which is, it's a little scary, because then it's like, the DC head going to be like, hey, I'm now aboard, I'm going to bring on Jeff Johns to be my fucking pilot and blah, blah, blah. It's scary, but at the same time, it's like the fact that they keep on going like Cavill wants this, wants that. It's like, no, he just wants to play Superman again, and he's going to lick his finger and like be like, where's the wind, blowing? He's not going to go that direction. He doesn't hate Snyder.
Or is that is that something that people are saying, like, my sources say that he wants?
That's what it is. It's my sources say.
Okay, because that's one of those things where like that you never, like I was saying earlier with the whole like Cavill is being difficult thing, is like that's a true thing, but you have to consider where it's coming from. I don't mean where it's coming from like the scooper reporting it. I'm saying you have to consider who would be saying Cavill is being difficult, in the same way that like who would be saying that Cavill wants Johns. Well, like, let's ask him in an interview. Say, would you want to work with Jeff Johns on a Superman movie? What's Cavill going to say? He's going to say something nice about Jeff Johns. That's like what the dude does. He's not going to be like, oh, fuck Jeff Johns. Like,
it's just,
that's not going to happen. It's like all the angst over that is.
Exactly.
And you know what? He'll probably even be, for some reason, he'll probably even be in the credited as a producer.
Well, I think he's still, and people were running with that too, about how he had like an executive producer credit. It's like, do you guys understand the legalities with respect to like
No, nobody
all of
understands
it.
producer credits.
Of course not at all. But I'll ask you this. I'll ask this question because Dave, you were talking about the scary prospect of that. And on some level, don't you think that in the midst of reconciling past mistakes, even Zaslav has to go, no, that guy was in behind Justice League 2017.
The difference with Zaslav is that he's not going to give deference to anybody who comes in the door and says, well, I'm Mr. Comic Book. Like, he's going to say, like, give me your pitch or get the fuck out. Like, nobody. Right. The difference with previous Warner Brothers is that there was this entrenched foothold of, and like that was the big kind of coup that happened when Horn left and when Robinoff left, is that's when these guys first got control. And you started seeing a lot of this, fuckery go down. But with Zaslav, say what you will about the way he does everything else, ball cap dude comes in and starts telling him about how things should go. He's going to say, show me the money or get the fuck out. Dwayne Johnson's going to come in and say, here's my plan. And he's going to say, awesome. He's going to know box office. He's going to know, he's going to have, and then Jeff Johnson would come in and be like, well, and he's going to say, okay, well, let's see, Green Lantern,
Justice League 2017. Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's poison. Like there's objective data that he is poison to the box office.
And this is not a Zaslav is on anybody's team. He's just not going to give the benefit of the doubt to him, and he's going to say, he's going to say, show me the money, and he can't show him the money, so he's going to say, so get the fuck out of the room.
Right.
It's not even just Zaslav. There's Alan Horn too in the room, who's going to be advising him and telling him, this was the regime that came after me. This guy fucked up.
Not that came after me, that ousted me.
Right.
These are the guys. There was the political maneuvering that happened at WB from 2011 to 2012, 13 is like Game of Thrones levels of bullshit. Like down to like Nolan and Snyder getting ghosted by the executives during the Man of Steel premiere. Like Man of Steel, go back and look at box office reports. Deadline and everyone was like, "Hey, Man of Steel is a huge hit," and Sujihara didn't shout him out or give him a phone call or say good job or any of that. There was a report even that like there was some weird levels of like scooping going on there with the trades too, where someone was talking about there was a private jet flight from like LA to New York for the Man of Steel premiere or something like that, where I think Sujihara and Nolan like were on the plane together, and Sujihara like never said a word to him. There was a cone of silence. Him and or to Robinoff, I think there was a cone of silence that they were put under, where they were just like got totally iced out. It was weird levels of petty stuff, and then of course Sujihara turns out dude is trading roles for sex, like. And you look at that, and how can anybody look at that and be like, oh yeah, that was the right way to go? Like, how do you don't have to like Zack Snyder or like his movies or anything to be able to look at this and be like, oh, there were forces at play against him and against the people that were aligned with him to make all
because
of this
he
happen.
didn't do the Marvel machine. They like hired him. They wanted the Marvel machine. He didn't, he was like,
ironically, you've got Scorsese saying these movies are like theme parks.
Yeah.
Where did Sujihara come from? Like dude was it like a theme park, a WB theme park guy. Yeah. Like that's where he originally came from. And then he came from the home media. Like
dude was all about money and power. That's all he was about.
Yeah.
That's why I referred to this $7 thing also as a Game of Thrones, because this is like taking it back. Yeah. Like they are taking control by this means, and it's just so fun to see.
Yeah.
So all right. So back to some of the speculation. Let's talk about this for a second, if you guys haven't already, because if we are under the impression that this cameo does not happen unless he and Danny Garcia got what they wanted, the question now is, all right,
when?
Well, not just when. I mean, I think we can kind of figure out when, like probably 2025. If I had to venture a guess.
I'll answer that.
But
put money on. I think 2025 is likely, but I would be shocked if they didn't try their damnedest to get a Superman movie in 2024.
Yes, you know what? Okay, I'm with you on that because
you just gave Chris a boner right now. Me too.
Because see, it's like we were also speculating before, like a week ago, about when the announcement of the solo movie would happen, and I am still staking my claim on the Monday after the opening weekend.
Yeah,
I'm still staking my claim on that. Yes, I think that's going to happen.
And how much indication is that after the last, after the Sarnoff Monday?
Oh my God! Yes.
Fucking interview.
Yes.
Oh boy.
But here's the question that I really want to ask. The question I really want to ask is, what about everybody else? Is it a package deal? Like, we're talking Amy Adams, most importantly. Like, because that's a question that you do have to answer going forward with respect to, all right, if you're bringing him back, are you bringing anyone else back?
I think I would imagine everybody, based on the way this is going. Like, they're not going to recast her. I think the only reason you wouldn't have Amy Adams back is if you do like a Superman goes off Earth. You know, he goes to look for the remnants of the Kryptonians and encounters Brainiac, or I don't know, like something
War World,
something cosmic. Yeah.
Okay.
But if it's on Earth and you've got like, Clark Kent and everything, I think you've got, they're not going to recast Lois Lane.
No. Yep. You have somebody like Amy Adams. No way you do that. No way.
I wouldn't think so. No,
that might get more backlash than recasting Henry Cavill. to be honest, she's not going to get the same kind of campaigns but once it hits the trades, the casuals are going to be like, "What the fuck? That's Amy Adams." Like,
my dark horse hope is that Fishburne comes back as Perry White. That's my dark horse.
He will. I love
dark horse hope.
He better come back.
He's so good.
He's
so
very
good.
He's so good, but also underappreciated. Just how amazing every single scene he's in is.
I mean, how many times have people in other news, water. Wet.
Yes.
The way that he says that with his arms up, and everything like Lawrence Fishburne just sells that fucking line so goddamn perfectly.
In BVS by the minute drink, we just did the minute where there's Anderson Cooper is like, there's electric activity at the crash site or whatever he says, and it's hilarious because they're in the Daily Planet offices and the whole staff is gathered on the TV watching Anderson Cooper talk about this, and then Fishburne comes out of his office overlooking the crash site, and you see this like huge lightning burst and stuff right outside his window, and he's like, look at what's going on there. And Jenny Olsen turns to him and she's like, there's something going on at the crash site.
He's like,
I know exactly what he looks up and he's like, what the fuck is happening out here?
I've never noticed it before at all. But he does. I don't even know if it's an intentional moment, but it is absolutely hilarious to see Perry coming out of the office, and she's like, "Something's happening at the crash site," and he's like literally outside. As she said it, outside his office window, it's just like blue lightning.
That's
no shit.
No,
other breaking news.
I still love the. I mean, going back to Man of Steel, I still love the poignancy of Can you imagine how people on this planet would react if they knew there was someone like this out there? That was in the trailers. That line was in the trailers, and I was like, oh, he's gonna be my favorite Perry White.
The revisionist history on Man of Steel is one of the funniest things, and it's entirely driven by people who are too young, which is weird because it was in 2013, but people who were too young to know what was going on at the time, who look at the box office and compare it to current box office, and look at the Rotten Tomatoes and compare it to current Rotten Tomatoes and make their decision about how it was received at the time. Go back to when it was released. People didn't give a shit about the Rotten Tomatoes. People didn't give a shit about the box. The box office was praised for how good it was, and how it was a triumphant return for Superman to the big screen, and the reviews were like divisive but not bad. But all of that new and like I said, this is not just like my interpretation. Go back and read the articles published in the trades when it came out, not the don't look at the retroactive continuity on how Man of Steel was received. It was a huge movie, but the administration didn't want that direction for it, and there's subterfuge for everything after that, which bled into the narrative. When you flinch, when you blink, people see, they smell the fear, the weakness in you, and then they look at the box office and they say, oh, they were nervous about that. They were not nervous about that. They loved it. They were upset about the level of creative control Nolan and Snyder had, and they didn't. They were upset about the fact that Nolan and Snyder were a roadblock to them establishing an MCU-style franchise. They didn't care that Man of Steel didn't make $1 billion. They didn't care that, I mean, I'm sure that maybe BVS, they wanted to make $1 billion, but like nobody was disappointed in Man of Steel's box office. In fact, the trades were like, why is Warner Brothers not hyping this up more? This is a big win. Like that was the initial reporting on that movie. It's all been tainted by politics that people weren't aware of at the time or now.
And also, I think that the fans or the fandom drama has tainted it as well, because those were where the complaints were coming from. That the people that were talking about all the damage, all the collateral damage, he doesn't care about humans and all of this, and I saw it's too desaturated and it's not right. All that narrative came from and I think that's what is guiding the revisionist history now, Stephen, is the fans who are desperately fearful that this is going to continue, and they don't want it to continue. So they want all the rest of us to. It's massive gaslighting on their part to get us to all believe that. Oh well, the general audience never liked this. The studio was always afraid of this because they don't want it to go any further.
This is why that new Superman movie is going to be key, because that will definitely set the tone of where they're going. And to answer your question as well, like this is what I've been saying from months, that Zaslav's first priority will be a Superman movie. That's 100% a given. So I still believe that they will go into production as soon as they can. Like I feel like within next year they will go into production.
When did they say? When did they say they were going to shoot Witcher back to back? I think what year was that? There was a report.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, there was that whole thing.
Because they did say that.
But season 3 and 4 are going to be shot back to back, and then that'll be it too. By the way, right? That's it.
It could either be before The Witcher or, well, of course, I don't know what year that was.
That would make sense, right? Because they want the new leadership. They want people to have faith, in the studio again, where they're heading their universe, and that can only be done when you put out the first project that you're going to put out is good. So the first impression is everything, and they have to put out that movie, and it has to be good. And also, the only way I think it's going to happen is that if they use the Chris McQuarrie script that they had, because in order to make a movie, you'd need a script, and there's no other script around for the Superman movie. And, that's the only thing they have right now. So I feel like that's going to come back at this point.
But does this mean Cavill is with $7? So it would be a $7 production. Doesn't McQuarrie have his own, or is it,
One of my theories was also that, in a similar fashion of what JJ signed with WB, with, the Bad Robot deal. Yeah. My theory was that $7 is going to sign like that because they're going to have Superman and Black Adam for years now.
But in their case, they'll actually produce things,
right?
For sure, they'll actually get the ball rolling. So and I don't. Is there a rule on how many different production companies you can have involved in a particular? Yeah, no,
Shazam is still produced by New Line.
Yeah,
but no, and I think so will be this movie, Black Adam.
So according to this, I think it says that season 3 of The Witcher is already finished filming, and is set for a summer of next year release date. So I don't know what the timetable is for season 4 in terms of when they're gonna film that. But so yeah, I guess the speculation is they're gonna film seasons 4 and 5 back to back. And let's see,
after filming Superman.
Well, I guess it depends on how fast Netflix wants to get going on that. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything on a timetable with respect to when they're going to do it.
Next year, 2023, because we don't really know of anything that's filming next year. We know movies are coming out next year.
Aquaman is the last movie of this current slate.
The only The only movie that we know may be entering pre-production for DC is Joker Folie à Deux. We don't
Right.
know of anything.
Right.
Nothing DCEU is set for
Right.
pre-production at this point. Like after, assuming that Blue Beetle's release date holds, which was August of next year, then the last DCEU film that will release in 2023 will be Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom in December, and then that's it as far as like anything new, because the Flash will have released by then, and Shazam will have released by then. So
And 2024 onward, I think they would want that new era of DC starting from 20.
whole year. Yeah,
I agree. I just wonder if logistically it will work out. That's my only question is
That's
whether
why I was
they'll-
like, if they have the if they have the Chris McQuarrie script still, I think they can immediately go into production.
I would think he probably has multiple scripts from different stories. I mean,
I have to believe
Cavill has an idea. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have to believe that perhaps that's maybe the other part of the 6 years that's being emphasized is like, okay, we've had 6 years at this trying to get this going. They have to have multiple pitches, and they're probably going to pick one and develop it
got to
from there.
realize too that there's also like this whole thing of like, all right, what is Marvel not doing that we can actually do because we have these characters? It's like, again, I go back to, and even going back to Steven's article from a little while back, A World's Finest, something like that, where just like we want a solo Superman film. What would also be great for a pairing of Batman and Superman where they're not fighting, they're teaming up together. How big would that fucking be? If Ben Affleck is, of course, like, I'm all about it, let's do it. You know what? Fuck it. I want to do it. Let's do something like this. And then, I want to go further. I want to have a Trinity, movie. That'd be pretty sweet. But
I still think the solo is going to happen first.
Yes.
I think World's Finest is on the table.
Yes.
Depending on how Affleck feels. And no, I'm with you. I'd like a Trinity movie because I want more of the dynamic that they were establishing between the three of them and BVS, right? I want more of that, in terms of like how they all, because that's the other thing is, as incredible as Zack Snyder's Justice League was, we didn't see a whole lot of the team with Superman.
Exactly.
And that's
the thing that was missing, in my opinion,
Yeah.
was like when Superman was on the table, it was like, oh, I want to see Barry talk to Superman. I want to see Vic talk to Superman. I want to see everybody talk to Superman. They didn't have those scenes. Maybe that was, one of the things that Zach wanted to shoot and he couldn't. Maybe that was like, hey, I want to have a scene where we actually have that group dynamic and they're talking to Superman and whatever the hell. Maybe he wanted it at one point. I don't know.
Wasn't it at one point they were talking about how Batman and Superman were going to like compete for
fight against
something?
who was going to be the leader of the Justice League? I know that was a weird thing because when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's like, there's not really a leader. I mean, there is, but at the same time, it's like Superman wasn't involved enough to be like the leader. Maybe that was going to be something that was going to be taken upon like with the sequels.
A lot of that stuff was John Berg rewrites on set. So there were a lot of those reports that were coming out at the time.
It didn't seem to line up with what we saw at all.
No.
A lot of that stuff that was coming out at the time that was like often considered to be like Snyder Cut stuff because it was coming out like pre-news of like the rewrites and the reshoots. Was stuff that was John Berg's on set like butchering of Terrio's stuff. And so that's the kind of thing they were pushing to add in.
It would have been as forced as the stuff that we saw in the 2017 version because one of the strongest points about Zack Snyder's Justice League is how organic the formation of the team is and how organic their operation is. Like that whole final battle between them and the Parademons and Steppenwolf, it is literally a point where they are all working in harmony, and literally when one is needed to do something, they show up and do the thing, whether it is Barry with his charge, whether it is Victor splitting the mother boxes, whether it is Superman coming in and finally laying the smackdown on Steppenwolf, and this whole time Batman has been coordinating and taking out parademons and keeping everything in check after he took the shields down. Like everybody had their part to play.
Right.
And so the idea of like forced it's just like how it's the difference between the forced animosity that was in the 2017 version versus the, then the mother box scene versus the incredibly organic conversation that they all have where they come to the realization of we got to bring Superman back. Like it's just, it's night and day. And no, that wouldn't have fit. Like
I
forced
think
animosity.
I think the leader would definitely be Superman. Even Bruce would probably say that because it's kind of similar what they did in Avengers. Like Tony would be like, he's the leader, I just pay for stuff. I think that's what kind of it will be like here, because even at the end, Bruce was the one who was with Alfred and Diana, and was setting up the Hall of the Hall of Justice, and Superman was probably not there at that time, and he would be the one who is looking after all of that stuff. But the leader would probably be Superman.
Well, and I think organically, Bruce, like Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne would, I mean, not like openly defer. He would kind of defer to it because that was his whole point. I mean, he was the one, he kept reinforcing that out of everybody's perspective on bringing Superman back, he was the most relentless about it. Like even when any concern was raised, like whether it was from Cyborg or whether it was from Aquaman, it's like, no, do it. Like he was the one pushing it forward. Like
when Cyborg is like, no, he's like, go, do it, keep go. He's like, no, you don't know what I saw. And he's like, go.
Right. and he, the whole Alfred faith, like the belief that he had that he would show up when needed, and it all comes out in the right before I bought the bank, where he's like, I undid a mistake. He wanted that. There's this personal atonement that he wanted, but I think. The other line, there is 6, not 5. There's no us without him. So I think he would organically come to that conclusion as well, that he would be the leader. This is fun speculating about all this shit. It really is.
Yeah, but Batman. If you watch, sorry, go ahead.
Do you guys think there will be a watchtower in space?
I don't know if they'll go that far. I don't know if they'll go that far.
That would take some. That would take some. That's a number of movies down the road. I think
we have Martian Manhunter.
No, I mean it's the World Engine. Just repair the World Engine.
True.
Oh,
isn't it?
Look at the shots from Man of Steel where Zod is on the observation deck. Like
yeah,
that looks just like you're right.
Tower.
Like DC Universe. Yeah.
No, that's a fair point. They could do that.
There's a mostly intact one in the Indian Ocean, isn't there? Like. So
true.
Mostly, that's true. It is mostly, because he didn't like disintegrate it. He just tore a hole through it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Isn't the whole thing exciting about this conversation of a post Black Adam, because Superman's back, and I'm like, where's he been? Like, what's
not
going
only is he back,
how's the world now?
he's back, and you're not starting from scratch. So you don't have to be at the 5 years until they're gonna bring in a new Batman and bring in a new Superman and introduce them. Like no, like you're actually there's something to talk about. Like that's what's exciting about it, is that there's it may not be the direction that I would most desire, but it is a direction, and that after years of nothing and no direction, and it's a direction I like, not my favorite. It's a direction that seems entertaining or interesting to me. Even if it's not my favorite, but it's a direction at all, and that's so.
And I am genuinely, like with respect to the Black Adam movie, I am genuinely curious about this world building that The Rock and others are teasing, and not just him, because Aldous Hodge has mentioned it, Pierce Brosnan has mentioned it. It's like, okay, what else? What are they going to flesh out? Like what are they introducing here? We already know that. This one movie is not only tying to, Cavill Superman, but there's also Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, and that whole wing of the Suicides. And the image came out earlier this week of we knew Jennifer Holland was going to be in the movie, and now we've seen a shot of that scene. So now that's connecting Peacemaker directly, right? So like, how much of the connection and branching, because that's another thing that we haven't really seen until now we have the promise of actual threads to the other movies, to the and also I don't know how true any of this is. We'll find out next week. But talk of the Shazam connections, like maybe there's talk that is mentioned a lot in the movie. So that's also exciting to potentially see.
Yeah. And what's funny is, like, we've talked about the Peacemaker like cameo when it came to the season finale for that, and with the Justice League showing up. What's funny about that is, like, okay, yeah, we it was, I mean, Peacemaker, the tone was always that comedy, and the fact that he's just talking shit to the Justice League, and then all of a sudden we get the exchange, of course, between Arthur and Barry, and we don't see anybody else, but at the same time, it's like, all right, so there's just something about that. It's like, even when you read comic books, and you have the tie-ins and all that stuff, depending on like the tone, it's like, I don't know. It's like, to me, it's like when that whole scene happened, I was like, all right. I mean, I wish it would have shown everybody's faces, but at the same time, it's like, well, the tone was comedy. It was flat out comedy. It was supposed to be that. And I like the fact that Peacemaker just walking out of that whole situation, just talking shit to the Justice League. I mean, that's the thing. So I'm like, I don't need to have, do we need to have the whole Justice League there? In my eyes, no. But the fact that there was a couple there that, and then they had, the whole fish fucking thing was like, okay. But you had the two goofballs that, that were always in odds with each other. Even when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, there was like that scene with I have it as a fucking drop. It's like, there's that whole thing where it's like, oh my God, the disrespect. I'm like, it's Peacemaker. There's what disrespect? This is like a whole other, when you're doing a flow chart, this is a whole like different section of this universe that we don't need to get offended that the fact that they were like, there was just like some silhouettes. Yes, it would have been nice. I get it. But at the same time, it was a fucking comedy, and it was supposed to almost like parody this whole thing. And he's talking shit to the Justice League. Peacemaker.
I think
and also it was the character that brought the comedy, not the tone. He wasn't slipping on banana peels.
No.
Right? He wasn't slipping on banana peels and having like zoinks noise. Like it was the character was saying and doing stupid things. It wasn't slapstick like world breaking stuff happening.
Right. And it's also accompanied by the reason people are so anti everything this this new DC is bringing in with regards to Justice League and stuff is because for years they've been seeing this as an attack on Snyder and Snyderverse stuff and Snyder fans and all that. So every new thing they're going to be like, oh, they made a joke of Snyder. They made a joke of his characters and stuff like that. To be honest, and to be honest, that I really give props to James Gunn especially because of the type of costumes and stuff he chose, because that's very detailed. Like he picked the Batfleck one that was from Justice League. He picked the Flash one that was not in the Flash movie, but before that. So that was the Justice League costume again.
Yeah.
And the Aquaman was after his movie. So that level of detail, like I don't expect that, usually from filmmakers who are just not that.
Aquaman drop an F-bomb. Fuck you, Barry. Like,
right.
It was just like, he's like, when would you hear? You couldn't have, like, if they were going to go like legit with Aquaman, try to make him like the blonde hair, blue-eyed fucking surfer dude, it wouldn't hit. But Jason Momoa and his ruggedness saying, fuck you, Barry, it was like, I felt that.
Did you? Speaking of Momoa, did you guys see that? Was that today that he posted on Instagram?
Yeah, it was like
and I'm just sitting there like because he's promoting C, but in the middle of a green room, and it just Nicole Kidman right there. He's wearing the suit. Like, what the hell? Like, okay, he just does not give two fucks.
I think they're finally realizing that their talent needs to promote on Instagram, like, hey, because obviously Jason Momoa just didn't just do that. He had to get approval to be like, hey, can I make a video and take pictures? on the set of all this right now. And of course, they had to say yes because it's gonna promote some hype. The fact that they're like, hey, look what we're doing right now. And when it comes to Aquaman 2, yeah, I mean, I expect that's the film I expect having massive reshoots, if anything, because that got pushed. I mean, we're not even a year away. We're over a year away.
Over a year.
A year and like 2 months away from that. So I think they realized like, this movie's not where we want it to be. So they're going to do some things.
But Superman in there too,
man. I know. Is Superman going to show up in there? I mean,
and that was also like, the fact that they pushed it all the way to the end of December 2023 was another indicator of they're not going to do a hard reboot, because it's like you can't do a hard reboot when you have all of this stuff on the table. But all right, so like if he. So now are we believing any more truth to these ideas that Cavill has shot something for the Flash?
Oh yeah, he has. Sorry.
He has.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just saying because, like, I mean, when it comes to things, I mean, but I mean, it's just like if he shot the Black Adam, that scene, it's like, okay, shoot something. I mean, but when it comes to the Flash, it's not going to be something like huge where they're going to have like he's going to have this, third act presence or anything like that. But it's going to be something minor. And we heard about the report about Ezra Miller doing pickup shots for like a day, and that could be just coverage shots of him reacting to who knows who he's talking to. Probably one of it's going to be Henry Cavill Superman. Maybe it's going to be that scene in front of a green screen or whatever the hell. Maybe it could be reacting to Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman. I don't know. I mean, there's so many things.
I do hope the rumor. I'm not holding my breath on it, but I do hope the rumor that he and Kara are going to interact. I do hope there's truth to that. I do.
Yeah.
I hope that I haven't no idea what she's up to, what Sasha Kaye is up to, but like. I would like to see that, in some.
I think a lot of people would like to see that, and that's the thing. It's like when that was all talked about and put out there, I was like, okay, good. Yeah. We haven't heard anything from Sasha Kaye because there's been no word about that when it comes to that. But at the same time, it's like, we don't want. I mean, the whole I guess you could say the narrative was. Oh yeah, what they were trying to do is like replace Cavill with Supergirl and with a female version of him and everything like that. And now it's like, no, that's not going to be the case. Maybe the old regime was trying to do that. Probably, who knows? When it comes to those guys,
they were trying.
And with the plan, who knows? But at the same time, okay, so now you created this, so let's have this meet with this. Obviously, we know that the S on the chest looks pretty similar. I mean, to each other. So, and I think Muschietti was totally all about that. And he's always been about, hey, can we just? There's this right here that's great. Can we just? Muschietti has always been a game player of like the fact that the Flash is going to be very much. There's going to be a lot of Snyderverse in it. And that's what I keep on saying. It's like there's so much Snyderverse that it's going to be the most Snyderverse movie of all these movies, even more than Black Adam, more than all of it. He's always been a champion. And it's like we heard that Ray Fisher met with Muschietti's because they wanted him in the movie. But Ray Fisher, he dug his heels in. He said, you know what? No, I'm not going to do it. Hamad is involved. I'm done. Sorry. And I appreciate that 100%. But it just shows you that the Muschiettis were all about like incorporating it all. And yeah.
If Walter's leaving after Black Adam, I wish there was some way that they could retroactively back on that.
You never know,
because it's not coming out until June. It's like, come on, kick his ass out and get it.
Could be something.
Aquaman.
Again, like we were talking about, like imagine Dwayne Johnson and Ray Fisher like, hey, meeting up together and stuff like that, and just you see a picture of them just like hands together, like that would blow up the fucking internet.
Yes, it would.
And I think Dwayne Johnson probably knows a lot of this. He's going like, okay.
He's looking at all this stuff and he's thinking, where do I have where can I make a difference?
Yes.
How will people respond? And how big of a deal will it be? And I don't know. I don't know if he's got a list or whatever, but if he does, that's somewhere on his list. And maybe he doesn't think it's possible. Maybe he doesn't know how to do it yet. But you know that he looks at a situation like that and he recognizes the potential of not just for the like the real healing that can happen, but also the optics of fixing that and what that'll say, not just about like, hey, Cyborg is back, but what that says about what DC is now, what Warner Brothers is now, especially when you've got all this criticism against Zaslav.
Oh yes,
and if Zaslav is under attack for the company being a certain way, and Dwayne Johnson is able to come in and say, well, no, look, we are actually a massive step forward in many ways from the previous regime.
Yeah.
Ironic that like all these old people are leaving on this. The numerous, I mean, across so many different divisions, claims of toxicity and racism and all sorts of other things were like rampant under the old administration. And now all these people are getting fired or leaving, and they're like, oh, it's getting more racist over there now. And it's like, maybe, but like, you can't act like you were running the tight ship before you left.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I, a lot of the, you know, because the Batgirl thing, obviously, but then this thing that popped up with the writers' workshop, and the one that the DGA came in and said, no, you are breaking your contract if you eliminate this. You can't. And so the emphasis on, you know, the fact that it was promoting diversified workplaces and giving opportunities to like diversified workers. So yeah, there is definitely, and then of course the you know, the 2017 tweets that he had, you know, that were like pro-Trump and stuff like that. So yeah, there is this sentiment of like skepticism towards Zaslav, because it's like, is he like we don't like this, you know, but there is a, Steven's right, there is a give and take with this where it's like, okay, maybe there's truth to that, but by the same token, they inherited a mess.
Yeah,
that they need to clean up.
Well, not only a mess,
save money.
but debt. They inherited debt.
Yes, exactly. So
that's all it comes down to every time, like business over everything. Like it doesn't matter what your company is doing. Like he seems to me the type of person who would put business over personal vendetta or biases.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that's probably the genesis of his moves. Like I'm unwilling to go as far as many others and just call him a blatant racist as a result of these things.
No.
I think that whole thing with the writers' workshop was another cost-cutting move, and then he found out, I can't do that because the union will come down on me. So it's like, all right,
find somewhere else. Yeah.
Cut somewhere else.
You would not be able to run this huge studio if you were like a flat out just like bigot. You can't do that. You have but he's looking at numbers. He's looking at everything with numbers. That's the thing. And then of course when like things get cut, when certain things get cut, it's like people just go like, well, look at you, you're just being this, and it's like, yeah, you can't win when you're like looking at it at a business sense. It's like, yeah, you want to be, you know, you want to be like, all right, we got to bring in as many voices and whatever and have as diverse as possible. Sure. But at the same time, he's also going to be looking at the numbers. And when things get cut that affect that, it's like, yeah, you have to take the hit at the same time. But it's, you know, but he's just looking at those numbers. And again, like there's no way that you can run this big, huge studio with being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, another
That's
white
how the
people in the writer's room. No, he's not gonna be like that. He's gonna look at every possibility, everything. That's the thing. You got to look at everything, and I can't even imagine.
That's not even good business. Like the way you're saying, Dave. Suppose he was like that. Okay, let's suppose he was like that. Let's suppose he just won white. All right.
No.
Fine. He's putting 5 movies from now to 2025, and all of them are like just straight white men, right? Would they perform as well as cast, having diverse cast in them? Today's world? No. It doesn't work anymore.
Exactly.
Well, and he's already like, because he's already got a non-white Aquaman that made $1 billion, and
he's got a non-white Black Adam. Black
Adam's
got a super diverse cast,
and then Blue Beetle, which we're now pretty confident is still on the table, not getting scrapped, right? Because that was our biggest concern after Batgirl, was whether or not that movie was safe. We've heard nothing to say, which leads you to believe that, you know, like as far as their whole not rebooting like the soft reboot or whatever, right? Like sticking with the core of the DCEU. Clearly Blue Beetle does not do anything to the character continuity or the continuity that they're trying to establish, or that what's already been established. Clearly that movie doesn't do anything that they feel jeopardizes any of what the other movies are going to do, because it's still there. And also that would be horrible from a PR standpoint if you whack that movie. Even worse than Batgirl. You have an opportunity. And you were talking earlier, Dave. What has Marvel not done that we can do? Well, that Marvel hasn't done that yet with a Latino superhero. They have not done that yet. This is now your opportunity. They're going to beat El Muerto to the punch. So
speaking of
you wouldn't be able to cancel that movie because, again, what happened when we saw the costume through paparazzi and stuff like that? Everybody collectively went,
yes,
oh, holy shit, that looks really good. Because and that hardly ever happens. That is in the minority of anything that happens. When people see like the live action suit in daylight, they go, oh my God, it looks like ass. It looks like this. It looks like that. But everybody went, oh my God, they pulled off the Blue Beetle costume. How'd they do that?
Right.
Look at that thing. That looks awesome. And imagine it on the big screen, cinematically shot, some VFX involved. I think that movie could be a fucking huge hit. It really could.
Yes, it could. Absolutely, it could.
And one of my wishes for that movie is, I know it's kind of superficial, but if Ray Fisher is back, for the Flash, I feel like that would be a movie that he could cameo in. Because
technology, so could a Green Lantern.
Would be cool.
That'd be pretty sweet too. I mean, again, when it comes to Green Lantern, that's another thing that they have at their disposal, that it's like, all right, we tried it once and it didn't work because, but at the same time, it's like, it's time to try again. I mean, Zack Snyder brought, he had a Green Lantern, in the history lesson, and it was cool. And then of course he had a whole other scene involved, but at the same time, it's like, look at the buzz that even caused, when
the next two things we have to spam with The Rock is Cyborg and Wayne T. Carr.
I've seen Wayne T. Carr I've started
put right under every tweet.
I've started seeing Wayne T. Carr in things. He's in like Chicago Med now. No, he's in like shows now. Like he was in Chicago Med like for a couple of episodes the last couple of weeks. Like I'm starting to see him in things.
Working actor.
So, yeah,
he's a legit working actor. I mean, he is. I mean, it was funny. Like I said, it was like over a month ago. I was at a sports bar on a Saturday, and all of a sudden I look up on the screen and I see Wayne T. Carr in a fucking red polo because he's in a Dish TV commercial, and I literally did the Leonardo DiCaprio like, "Hey," I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "I just saw Green Lantern. I just saw Green Lantern," kind of thing, So I mean, like, one of the things that was great about Zach was the fact that he's not trying to cast for a name. He's just trying to cast for the character. I mean, when it came to Darkseid, did anybody know who Ray Porter was? No. But now I want him to read every fucking book that is out there. I want Ray Porter to read it because he has that voice. Zach recognized that voice, and he was like, no, we don't need, no. I'm sure he fought off the executives like, no, we need Darkseid to be a name. I mean, obviously they, when it comes to the other side, Marvel Studios, they got Josh Brolin, and he's a name, and he did great. Nothing against Josh Brolin, but at the same time, it's like Zach just recognized that, like, hey, I'm looking for the voice in the character, not the name, and he fucking found that in Ray Porter, who was just like a dude who just auditioned to be in his movie, and he was like, bam, there you go. And I love that whole story of it. And it's just like, I hope that if there's a Darkseid in the future, they bring back Ray Porter. You know, just like they would, hey, if they consider a John Stewart Green Lantern, hey, maybe consider this Wayne T. Carr dude. Maybe he could be somebody.
And
You
I don't know
know
that
it.
I'd say I expect that kind of thing to happen,
Yeah.
but I almost I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked. I would assume maybe, although if they changed it, then they would. But you know, they're interested in Darkseid eventually, even if they don't
Yeah.
do Zack
Mhm.
Snyder's
Yeah.
thing. It's
You
not like
can't
they're
avoid
never
it. You
Darkseid.
can't avoid it.
They're gonna want to use it. And so there's a lot of stuff that's on the table that Snyder put on the table that they could still do sometime, just not in the same time, place, or order as he set up. And that, oops,
Lost
we'll
KC.
see.
Lost KC.
But I think we'll see if you know, like, so how long until they bring back Darkseid? But like when they do, I think that it makes it would make total sense to just continue using Ray. I'm not sure why
Right.
they would recast it at that point, because you can especially if you like look at the way it works in the comics, or even look at I guess he had a bigger presence than like Thanos had in Avengers 1. But I mean, even look at like how in Age of Ultron he's like in the post credits, like that's that when it was like the fine I'll do it myself one.
Yes, that was that
and
one.
it was,
Yeah.
and then it was like what, like 7 years later before it, like, and then they even retconned that basically. But so
Yeah.
so just because he was like ready the Armada, we do it like the old ways, doesn't mean he has to show up tomorrow. They can do
Right.
this other stuff and then eventually bring him back. And so when
Yeah.
you or like even
A
the
long
Nightmare,
journey.
like the Nightmare can still be in play in some way or another, and maybe depending on different rumors, the Flash might even be tapping into that in a loose way, because because fans think about this stuff and they think like they've got it all figured out in terms of, oh well, we know all this stuff about behind the scenes details and stuff, but that can all be subject to change. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily the right or wrong way, but they could change what the Nightmare is. Like there's so little context for the Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even after Zack Snyder's Justice League, there's so little context for it that like you could even arguably say like, oh well, they avoided the Nightmare by doing whatever. Or I guess they had Joker at the end, so maybe you can't say, but like there are ways to tie this all in that I don't doubt they would take advantage of, just not necessarily following the exact same blueprint. I mean, we already see an example of that with like Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, being about the Lost Kingdom, when that's exactly what Momoa or what Aquaman was supposed to do, and Zack's plan was be uniting all the lost tribes or whatever.
That's true.
And so I don't know, and to some people that might be even more blasphemous than just a full-on reboot, and so that's not me even pitching that as like the right way to go, so much as I think people don't see the like when they say we don't want to do that, that doesn't necessarily mean a rejection of everything that's on the table. Like I think bringing back Darkseid and keeping Ray Porter is a big example of that. Like I would maybe even expect that to happen eventually down the road when they bring back Darkseid. Like there's no reason not to do that.
Yeah.
I think it will be that will be also true for Ray Fisher, I would believe, because you're talking about Justice League, and if you got every single Justice League member back, that's the elephant in the room, right? Like, well, what about Cyborg?
Well, and there's no
that
reason
would be
not
such a
to.
huge.
Like there's no reason, unless he refuses, there's no reason not to go to him first.
Right.
Like the studio has no reason. Literally all the people that were involved in that, I don't think he named. I think any person who was ever named in one of Ray Fisher's tweets is now no longer at the studio. And so unless I'm forgetting someone.
Well, I think there's still confusion over like how active Johns is with anything, because obviously he's still involved in Stargirl.
Oh right, but that's on but also he created Stargirl.
Right.
Not just the show, but the character. And so there's some examples where like that's the case. But if they're gonna bring back Fisher, they're not gonna say like, well, we're not gonna do you because we're gonna have Jeff Johns direct that movie or whatever. And so that could be a total misread of the situation to me, but I don't see Warner Brothers Discovery coming in and any of the creatives involved in that being like, well, we need Cyborg, but can't go back to Ray Fisher. Like they're gonna give Ray the opportunity to
I hope
first
so.
denial.
I
so like I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised if we see a recasted Cyborg in the near future. If they do that, it's going to be a long way off. If I had to put money on one of two things, either Ray Fisher showing up in a DC movie in the next couple of years as Cyborg, or a recast Cyborg in like down the road. I would put it on the former. And maybe that's not, that doesn't mean that that's like 100% going to happen. Obviously, I don't get everything right, but like that just makes more sense. Like reading the leaves, that makes that makes business sense to me.
And again, this comes down to the fact that you now have your most important piece of the puzzle in place. We've known for the last 6 years that Gal was still Wonder Woman, Jason was still Aquaman, and even through all of the stuff going on this year, Ezra is still the Flash. And now we've started to hear inklings in the last couple of months that maybe Ben is amenable to doing some more things again, and he's going to be an Aquaman in the Lost Kingdom, right? So it's like, okay, you've got, and now you bring Superman back in the fold. You have so much of that group, that core group, still involved. He's the last one.
Yeah.
So it's I'm with you on that. The logistics just make more sense
also,
with respect to that.
Like the way I look at it too, it's hard. I don't even know how to explain it, because I don't mean to say like everything is fixed and everyone is happy with each other and whatever. But when I look at the studio, I look at the situation that it's in, I don't see any reason why they would like think twice, or maybe think 3 times about reaching. Like I can see them saying like there was an issue there that needs to be overcome, but like you don't need to fire, like Hamada's gone.
Right.
The people in the comms department are gone. Emmerich is gone. And so the bad blood exists solely between the company that is not owned by the same people,
right,
and executives who don't work at the company anymore. So who is even necessarily there that's going to be like, well, we can't work with Fisher anymore. Like it's
well, and I like even like Abdi and DeLuca. Okay, so they supported the idea allegedly a couple of months ago of Hamada sticking around, but that doesn't mean that they carry over whatever politics he has with Ray Fisher going forward, especially after he leaves, and whoever the new DC Studios boss is going to be. What prior politics would they potentially have with him either, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is why, this is where you're going to start seeing like, a bunch of like smaller scoopers start being like, Ray Fisher in talks for return or whatever. Maybe they're too scared to do that because Ray is
calling
liable,
it now.
Because Ray, of anyone involved in this stuff, Ray is probably the most capable of calling them out on that. So that's kind of a risky one to go for. But
that's true.
But once you kind of frame it this way, though, like it would, if that's your game, if your game is making educated guesses and running it as scoops, like this is such an obvious one to run with, right?
Key point: like running out of scoops. Yeah. Thing is like, when it comes to that whole game, it's like you're gonna run out, so you gotta make up shit,
But I mean, the odds are good enough that, like it would be a smart one to try to fake, right? Because I don't like it's not gonna come necessarily be proven true or wrong in the short term, and then in the long term, the odds of it happening are pretty high. He named his conditions for his return, and those conditions, as far as I'm aware, have been met. And the studio has no political investment in turning him down. And there's actually a huge political incentive for them to bring him back. Like I said, the news, Warner Brothers has repaired the relationship with Ray Fisher is such as he became the kind of the symbol of the toxic work environment at Warner Brothers. There's a bunch of people. I mean, Joss Whedon came down because of him. Charisma Carpenter still has his back even though he's not even talking about Whedon anymore. Like he'll say something totally unrelated to Whedon. Charisma Carpenter is like, listen to Ray Fisher. So like there's I can't think of an argument as to why somebody
Why
in the
they
studio
wouldn't want to
would
do
have
that.
any
Well,
investment in staying away.
Well, yeah, and it comes back to the
I play devil's advocate for everything, and I can't think of an argument.
It comes back to the catharsis of The Rock's statement, because you're right. Like the easiest thing to do, especially at this point, is to just say, well, that was then, this is now, right? Like that was the bad apple. Now we're picking out the good apple, and it's so easy to just say, well, we had nothing to do with the drama between Ray Fisher and everyone else there. He's Cyborg, right? Like
he's our Cyborg.
I am really hoping, and the pipe dream, whatever. It's just my hope that between now and June of 2023, they can figure out a way to get him into that movie as Muschietti it originally intended, as like in some form. Maybe it won't be exactly the way because of how they film things, but thank you, and that's a big thing with all of this.
It really
such
is
a
when it comes to all
low-hanging
this.
fruit. Like I don't mean to like diminish the significance of it or tokenize anything here, but like it would take so little, and this is it would have needed to start months ago probably, but like it would take so little effort to do something with that, and it would, and the points that they would win for it is not fair. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't want to just go on and on about like how much sense it makes, but like,
but no, what Dave was saying, like the what did you say about change, about like so little, like things not being exactly what?
Well, like when everybody, when you got the certain people in the fandom that are just like, oh, they want nothing but like Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, what he intended. Like, okay, if he were to come back in a few years after everything is like starting to like there's going to be a cohesive like plan involved that leads to a big event, and they go, hey, Zach, we want you to direct this whole thing, like kind of what you did. It's going to change, just like his Justice League movie, his BVS movie changed. Like if you look at the history of like Metallo was supposed to be in BVS. There was supposed to be all these changes before Terrio came involved, came involved in that whole thing. And when it came to Justice League, I'm like, things change all the time.
Yes.
And it's funny when like certain groups, in the fandom don't understand that. It's like, all right, so if Zach comes back and directs some Justice League sequels, they're not going to be what was promised at one point or what was like set in motion. He's going to adapt to like what they have in motion, and then he's going to like, all right, I'll make it my own and I'll do something with that. But it's not going to be this. For fuck's sake, when it came to Zack Snyder's Justice League, that nightmare scene with Joker, that was something that he came up with after. He came up with that idea after. And he's even spoken about that wasn't originally supposed to be part of the movie. He just had this idea and he brought it forth, like, and then when he had the opportunity, he was like, hey, Leto, hey, Affleck, would you want to do something like this? And then he brought in Manganiello, he brought in Hurd, he brought in Miller, he brought in Fisher to do this nightmare scene that he had in his brain that he thought about after he left the project. It's like things fucking change, That's the thing.
I feel weird. I don't know. I think, like I always say, I would love to see these happen, but I almost would prefer to just consider it outright off the table until it does. For this, because like, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's. I think every Snyder fan is like, that's like their big thing, right? Like he's got to do that. But I think maybe the best way to describe it would be like, I remember when we were on set, I was with a handful of other journalists on set for Army of the Dead. And he had not publicly stated anything about the Snyder Cut yet. And so this is like the first time that like people had like talked to him in this kind of context since before Justice League 2017. And so does the Snyder Cut exist? What, you know, all of that kind of stuff had just never been asked him. And so it was weird being there for the set for Army of the Dead. But I asked, there was an opening for me to say something about Justice League, and so I asked something about it, and one of the things that he said that didn't really strike me at the time, but I noticed that a bunch of other Paul Shirey was there and Sean O'Donnell was there, and one of the things that like that they picked up on that stuck with them that didn't really faze me because of all that I was so invested in the Snyder Cut stuff. Was that he referred to it, he said something like, do I consider it a hole in my filmography? Yeah, sure, but like I'm here now and I'm doing this. And so I feel bad that finally he'd made that movie, the hole in his filmography. Like that's a big deal for him, for someone who cares about, so for that to have felt like a hole in his filmography, like an incomplete part of his life. For him to get closure on that, and then for fans to be like, "But you're not really done," it takes that away.
Yeah.
And then the follow up to that was, "But I'm here now and loving it," and talking about filming Army of the Dead, and he's doing other huge projects. And so this is not to say like we could ever talk about it again, but I think that's why I start to get nervous about it, is because like, yes, I would love that, and I know he would love it too, but as a fan of his work, I don't want to. He filled that hole in his filmography, and I don't want to open it back up and keep it open on him for the rest of his career until it happens. Like that takes the win away. In a way, like if that makes sense. It's like the win for him
I get it. Yeah,
was to punch that out, and so I don't know. So I just feel every time it comes up, we start, how could it happen? And if this happens, and if that happens, and maybe he'd do it.
Because what it is like it's not on his terms when people talk about it that way, and it's like it's almost in many ways, Steven, it's the same as the whole make the Batfleck movie idea. It's like, no, that's got to be on Ben's terms. That's got to be something that he wants to do, that he feels like doing. Like, and that kind of it's got to be the same with Zach too.
It's the reason he walked away from it in the first place. There was all sorts of other stuff going on too, but don't act like it was just the Justice League. The Justice League reshoots were huge, but also he walked away from it because he was trying to make Live by Night, and like Dave was talking about earlier. Yeah. And people were just hounding him nonstop with Batman questions. Batman. If that's enough to push him away from wanting to make the movie in the first place, then imagine how much like. Now everyone being like, all the fans and everyone nonstop being like, but Batman, but Batman, but Batman, as he's got this other stuff going on, like man, that's got to be exhausting considering he walked away from it from being sick of the attention. Like, no, if he's gonna do it, he needs to feel like he can walk back and do it on his terms, and that's, I don't know. Like, I want to see the movie, and I'm not going to say like people shouldn't tweet about it and stuff, but it's just like there's such a entitlement level of like, oh no, this is the fans want Justice League 2 and 3, and so therefore Zach cannot treat that like a win on his filmography, and we want to see Batman, and so therefore like Ben Affleck could never have the piece that he wanted in the first place that made him walk away from the movie. Like it's just.
That's all ridiculous. Fans. That's what it is. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? I mean, I even see people like go like, "Oh my God, look at the downgrade in the costume that he's going to be wearing for the Flash." It's like, first off, we haven't seen a full-fledged like him in the costume. We only seen some costume when he was on the bike, when it was not even Ben. And it's like, and I'm just kind of going like, it's different. But hey, guess what? If you know anything about Batman, he has different bat suits.
He'll have a CG cape. It was a stunt
suit, yeah.
CG cape, yes, all that stuff. I mean, that's one of the things too, is like anytime, I mean, again, that's why I go back to the whole Blue Beetle thing. It's like anytime there's a reveal for a costume, I mean, the Blue Beetle one was like, oh my god, look at that, they pulled it off. But anytime there's like a new costume, like look at the new Flash costume, that's got a lot of shit to it.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
still hate that one.
You were
yeah.
talking about like the matte paintings and how that looked different on camera. I don't think people
Yeah.
fully realize
Exactly.
how much the camera lens can change the way
Yes.
things look. Remember when you see like a cell phone picture of a set photo of a costume reveal or whatever, these costumes are not designed for that light. They're not like they are literally created with an understanding of the way they will be lit, the way they will be shot, what lenses they'll be shot with. And I don't know if that's like a thing that like, Michael Wilkinson is like doing when he designs stuff. But the point is that these aren't supposed to look good under normal conditions. Like cinema is hyper reality. Like go look at like filmmaker. Like there's if you're not familiar with like what it looks like on a set, like go to Instagram and look at all these, like especially like lighting rigs and stuff. You see weird shots, like someone sitting in a car and they've got the car totally covered with a tent to block out all the light so they can create a single, like, and that's like, you'll see James Bond like driving down the street and you're like, oh no, actually he's on the road with this umbrella over the car with this light on there, shot at this angle, and it's so unnatural in order to create that look. And if you were to see that, like, it makes sense when you see it with lighting because you're like, oh, they're doing something funny with lighting. But when you see someone's costume, you don't think, oh, the final product is going to be with this lighting and with that lens and that angle.
Right.
You just think like, oh, this dude up on a balcony with a cell phone caught it. It looks so bad. Like,
right, exactly.
Putting a
But at
cell
the same
phone
time-
shot of a leaked Superman clip. Like,
But at the same time, it's like when they caught the Blue Beetle costume with the fucking little shot, everybody was like, wow, that looks great. I'm like, I can't wait to see what it looks like, filmed. Like, what is that going to look like? Because it looked great just with a little cell phone camera.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what that actually looks like.
It is the exception to the rule, because I remember Zachary Levi's first Shazam costume look, and I liked it, but I remember one of the biggest things I saw was like that the Michael Wilkinson texture is gone. It's not there.
And
It's
all of a
just like,
sudden, you got the official image, and there's that texture right there. And,
totally,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, right.
Yeah.
well, because and that's like even a color grading thing. Like, look at the difference in Momoa's costume from Justice League 2017 to Zack Snyder's Justice League. I wasn't really a huge fan of it. I was like, I guess they're avoiding the official costume, so I'll get that. When I in the original movie, but once you see the way Snyder lights it and with the higher contrast, all of a sudden that green suit that was just like flat and kind of boring has like a crazy texture to it, and there's like a rippling going on with it and stuff when the light changes, and when they're fighting Steppenwolf and there's like lightning and stuff. It's like actually a really dynamic costume, whereas it just doesn't look that way under, and that's not even different shots. That's just different color grading that pops the texture out on a little bit more. So it's so unfair to judge so much of this stuff based on how it looks initially, from
anything.
that
I mean, that's what's so great about movie magic. It's like when you see these cell phone videos of like a stunt or something like that, you go like, oh my god, that looks insane. And then when you watch it on the when you watch it and it's just like, oh look at that. Again, taking that Warner Brothers studio tour, and I'm seeing like these backlot sets, and I'm going, Jesus Christ, how do they pull these things off? Again, I was in a little road that was like had a jungle location, and it was like, oh yeah, they shot Jurassic Park right here, the T-Rex scene. And I'm like, how did they do that here? But then I'm like, okay, but yeah, it's just all about how this little stretch of road that was like not even much. They just kind of went voom, voom, voom. They just kept going and shooting it and like shooting the individual shots, and it just pieced together. And it's like it's a magician creating an illusion. That's what it is. And it's just crazy how this stuff comes to be. And the same thing is with costumes, like you said, Steven. It's like they know how they're going to light it. They know how it's going to look. And it pops. I mean, look at the fucking Aquaman costume, the actual Aquaman costume. Thing's gorgeous. but it's like they couldn't pull it off fully, so there was some CGI added to it. Like when you see Jason Momoa, he's got those CGI like little spots where they add something in post, but it makes the whole thing just work like just perfectly. When you see that shot of him coming through the waterfall and he's got the trident, that's a fucking phenomenal scene. And it's just, I don't know. People just need to shut up. Jesus Christ, shut up. I know. We need Blue Beetle. But I think this is, this could be a good way to end the podcast or the stream, whatever you want to call it, right now, because it's over 4 hours, almost 4.5. I think we covered when we did a lot of talk. I know everybody's just kind of like, what?
This is only the beginning of many discussions about this particular topic.
Next week is going to be interesting.
Next week, this is when hey, look, we got Mr. Mick D. He's in the chat right now. It's over, he's on the other side over there.
You said something about the just woke up. Is Snyderverse restored yet?
There it is. Yeah. Not quite, but hey, a little tiny portion that is, a guy in a blue suit. And that's something. It's a start. That's all we're trying to articulate here. But at the same time, it's like, next week we're going to have this movie. We're going to be discussing it next week, of course. And it's going to be interesting to see everybody's take on it, and see what everybody has to say about it. Of course, I'll be doing my first reaction, and doing all that, and probably a full-on review and everything. So, but anyways, thank you everybody who's been part of the panel, and we'll go around the horn right now. Of course, we'll start with you, Mr. Chris Wong Swenson.
I'm Chris Wong Swenson from Ping Pong Flicks. Good. That's all I got.
That's all I got. Yeah. I know. It's like, need no introduction right there. But all right, Mr. Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can read my writing at screenrant.com, and you can listen to Andrew Dice and myself break down 1 minute of Batman v Superman at a time on the BVS by the Minute podcast at snyderminute.com. And I guess we are kind of working on developing something, I guess the podcast we'll do through Screen Rant on the Rings of Power, doing a bunch of
you guys
of
I've seen
we recorded a like 2.5 hours worth of talking about the show basically for our Patreon.
I saw that.
So for anyone on the Snyder Minute Patreon, you'll get our thoughts on the show, and kind of we did like an hour talking about like why we're talking about a totally not Zack Snyder thing, and about how just kind of the nature of how this stuff hits in culture and where we kind of resonate with it. That was a really interesting discussion. But so our Patreons can go check that out, or if you want to hear that, you can find our Patreon at Snyder Minute.
There you go. I like it. KC.
All right, you can follow me at CryptonCaged on all social media, as well as my YouTube channel where I'll be posting my edits. And I can't wait to see Chris's reaction right after Black Adam.
Okay, just Chris, not me. Casey, okay, fine. Whatever.
He's the Superman fan day, so I want to see him first.
But I'm gonna react to the entire okay. You're not invited next week. Just kidding. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, and then of course Ray.
My name is Ray. You can find me and my weekly podcast and my show at my blog at theflightcast.com, where I'm going to be talking about all of this. I'll have my Black Adam review for that next week, and also the feedback show that has taken a life of its own, the Hexagon, where it's like 2 hours of having a bunch of awesomely geeky discussions and watch updates. I got listeners watching Star Trek for the first time, going through Star Wars, the Clone Wars for the first time, and hopefully, as my schedule starts to clear up with work, I can get back to watching some more stuff for my Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast, because I have a bunch of other shows there where I basically review all of the different movies, TV shows, and comics that I still need to get caught up on. Rings of Power is one of them. because I haven't watched any of that. I gotta get caught up on the MCU now, like 2 shows there with She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel, and Andor as well. Like I'm like 2 episodes
the
behind
3 best
on
Disney
Andor.
Plus shows you have not watched yet.
The 3 best Disney Plus shows.
No, She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel are the best of the 2 best MCU shows on Disney Plus.
Okay.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Yeah.
She-Hulk, but it's
All right.
okay.
Fair enough, but yeah,
She-Hulk went for it on the season finale. I will say that.
but yeah, I got to get caught up on all that. So hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about all that in the coming weeks on my Patreon. And of course, you can find me usually ranting and arguing less than I used to on Twitter at the Flightcast. So I try not to argue as much these days, but sometimes it still
gotta
happens.
cut it back. I get it. Yeah. No, but yeah, when it comes to She-Hulk, you watched the season finale, Steven?
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that they went for it. They went for it. They definitely did.
And the finale was it was about the show.
Yeah.
Which they even called out a little bit, but like both She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel were the themes and the style of the show fed into themselves. Like every single other show, at the end, it the shows didn't resolve. It was just like, oh, it turns out that we just did like 3 episodes of just kind of like origin story, and then 1 episode of check out the movie.
I can see what you're saying.
Coming up later, and so I really appreciated that. That they did that, and I felt like they were character arcs and stuff. It was also a distinct the first time, like even WandaVision didn't maintain the sitcom vibe the whole time. Like every time Marvel tries to do a genre, they just kind of play the genre sandbox. But Miss Marvel was through and through a consistent genre.
Yeah.
She-Hulk was through and through
a
consistent genre, and yet it fits in the MCU formula, and the story makes sense and everything in the MCU. So it doesn't break that. Like Peacemaker.
It's just funny because She-Hulk literally did like a Wayne's World, like.
I did see, like, I obviously I haven't watched it yet, but I did see the bit of nostalgia that they did for the season finale. That looked cool.
Okay, She-Hulk did a whole thing in the beginning where I was like, good on you guys for, and that's the thing I appreciate about She-Hulk. It was very self-aware. I mean, did I enjoy the whole thing? And there was like aspects that I was like, what the fuck is this? Sure. But they really leaned into the whole, this is crazy. This is, whatever. And in the season finale, they did something. We won't reveal what it is, but they did something very nostalgic that I thought, all right, that was pretty cool. I'll admit that. And I dig the main character. I always forget her name, the actress's name, but
Tatiana Maslany.
There you go. I think she's very likable and everything like that. And, there's a lot of aspects I liked about the show. And, I know they brought in Matt Murdock and Charlie Cox, and it's not the same. Sure, you have to accept that, but he's so likable too.
Yeah. And I think that he pulled that off. My biggest issue was I was like, you know what? The lack of the stunt team and editing of the Netflix show is missing here, but like the character, I was down with the character.
So was I, because Charlie Cox is just so fucking likable and great, and he pulled it off, like adapting to this new surrounding, and I thought he did a really good job in the episodes that he was in. So, anyways, guys, that's our She-Hulk talk that we fit in right at the last minute.
It's our post-credit scene. She-Hulk, the surprise, hotly anticipated post-credit scene for the Vodka stream featuring She-Hulk.
She-Hulk talk
there, right there.
The hot She-Hulk talk right there. But anyways, guys, appreciate you guys watching. We Christopher Walken right here. That's right. Taking him apart right there. I need a little more cowbell. Come on. Yeah. Anyways. All right, guys. We love you. Thank you for watching, and we will talk to you later.